sorry for the delay. We are waiting for Mr. Dumitru Alaiba, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy. He's on his way. It was an urgent meeting, so that's why we would like, he preferred to start and to participate, and he was begging us not to start without him. So we are waiting. He's on his way from the governmental building, and I think in 2 minutes we will start. Sorry and apologize for the delay, but we will definitely will be in time with the rest of the panels. Thank you.
Bună ziua, stimate domnul viceprim-ministru, stimați deputați, onorați oaspeți. În primul rând vreau să vă mulțumesc pentru prezență la cea de-a treia ediție a Real Estate Forum. Avem o agendă încărcată în care, desigur, o să discutăm oportunitățile noastre investiționale aici în Republica Moldova, cum ne poziționăm noi la nivel regional, care sunt ofertele financiare a partenerilor noastre de dezvoltare. Și propun să începem foarte rapid cu open speech, ce își propune guvernul, ce dorește legislativul să întreprindă în acest domeniu. În această ordine de idei îl invit pe domnul viceprim-ministru, ministrul dezvoltării economice și digitalizării, pe domnul Alaiba.
Good afternoon, and well, sorry first of all for being late. I am the reason that this event is starting a bit later. Very unpredicted circumstances made me. I don't do that. That's just to put it very brief. I'm sorry again. It's not something we. It's not the way we work, let's say, because we work on time and we work fast and we work to deliver results. Nevertheless, first of all, welcome here at the Real Estate Forum here in Moldova, where we have managed to gather a number of talented people, leaders, policymakers, industry experts, investors in the sector of real estate, and well, those who are not from here, first of all, welcome to Moldova. Try to also look around, enjoy our beautiful country, get out of the city, look at the beautiful landscape, meet some amazing people, and come back, because we'll still be here and we'll still be happy to welcome you. So, but as we are here, let's also engage in meaningful discussions. So today marks a significant milestone for Moldova as we host this forum for the very first time, and it's an honor for us to do that, to welcome our guests. The forum represents Moldova's strong ambitions and strong desire to embark on a journey towards sustainable growth and development, and our aim is clear: to attract foreign investors that will contribute to the progress of Moldova. And who, if not non-residential real estate, is the business is what gives homes to new entrepreneurs in every area, that gives harbor to different initiatives and different ideas. You first of all need a place to meet, you need a place to interact, and you need a place to work and produce value for your company, and ultimately for the entire economy. The real estate, therefore, is experiencing substantial growth, although non-residential real estate is only 25% of the entire real estate market in Moldova. The rest of the 75% being residential. We see quite interesting growth, and of course we see more than that, we see potential, because again, year-on-year growth being 4%, the potential is huge. Combined with our reform agenda, combined with our efforts to create business and to create ever more space and freedom for the business initiatives, big and small, this inevitably feeds the demand, of course, for, as I said, this is how I like to call them, homes for businesses. This is commercial property, this is non-residential real estate, and that means that this 4% that we see right now could be only a very modest beginning of an impressive jump over the next years, because believe us, our reform agenda is very ambitious. We like to move fast. We don't like to be late, again, just to make it clear. But together with that, we are sure to create an even more vibrant real estate sector in Moldova, combined with our efforts to simplify, to eliminate all the barriers that the business people are facing now in Moldova, to create opportunity here in Moldova for investors, big and small, local or foreign. So once again, thank you for this invitation. It's great to be here, and as I said, welcome to Moldova.
Domnule viceprim-ministru, vă mulțumim. În continuare, pentru viziunea legislativă și ce pregătește legislativul pentru domeniu, o invit pe doamna deputat Marina Morozov cu un open speech. Mulțumesc.
Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, I am very pleased to be part of this event. I am very pleased to see the stakeholders of real estate that we met in the parliament, and we discussed about all our initiatives and how we can help you to develop the market. Moldova is a country in a growing market with unexplored opportunities, and more investors call it home. So I would like you to build a home that you want to stay more and more. It is very important that this home to be built on European standards, on high-level standards, that we can develop other cities, other villages, and other businesses. Free economic zones, industrial parks, and logistical hubs shows that the potential is big, and we must hug all opportunities that we have at the moment. We are working on the law that will offer more specialists for the market and for the investors. We'll offer higher services specialized in investment properties from buying to managing. The adopting of a law is imposed for aiming the protection of consumers, qualified services for clients and agents, and ensuring the fairness of commercial transaction. I wish you all a fruitful day. I hope that you will enjoy to communicate and find solution to your domain. We are open to discuss the legislative procedures that we are now, and I really hope that all sector will build, as I mentioned earlier, a strong, prosperous country and other businesses. Thank you.
Doamna deputat, vă mulțumim frumos. Aici sesiunea plenară, dacă o putem numi așa, se declară închis. Vreau să vin cu un mesaj către dezvoltatorii autohtoni să investim mai mult și mai bine pentru a fi pregătiți din punct de vedere logistic în eventuala, sau să ne implicăm mai mult în eventuala reconstrucție a Ucrainei, respectiv declar partea oficială închisă și ne pregătim pentru următorul panel, unde o să fie examinată oferta noastră investițională în non-nerezidențial. Mersi mult!
Small technical issues. For the rest of the day, we'll go to the practical session. Yeah. My name is Igor Ștefăneț. I represent the Invest Moldova agency. I'm responsible for investment attraction and investment protection. And it's not a secret, my favorite economic sector, and I really believe so, that is one of the most important is non-residential real estate, and I specifically non-residential office spaces, commercial and industrial spaces. And I'm very happy to announce that today we have one of the most important experts in the field, not only in Europe, but all over the world. First of all, I would like to introduce Mr. Elias van Haieren from Colliers International, and I invite him to the stage. Thank you. Elias is one of the most important specialists in the relocation field on the office spaces. Am I right? Yeah, and when a big company is moving or relocating from one country to another, when I mean big company, I mean AWS, Microsoft, SAP, Coders, and Elias is the one who had the answer. So I'm very happy that he managed to arrive in Moldova. It was a very hard trip also for him. We changed several flights. And I'm so happy that you finally have arrived here and you will have the taste of Republic of Moldova. The next speaker that I would like to present is, let's say, already a little bit local one. It's Felix Fahre from Kaufland, head of expansion. And Felix already have begun one of the biggest experts in the relocations in retail and logistics in Europe. Felix, I invite you to the stand. This is for you.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I will let you also to present yourself a little bit. I'm not sure if I'm as good as present you as you are in the real life. And also we will divide somehow our panel in two parts. First of all, it will be Mr. Felix who will have a short presentation on the success stories, first of all, of the Kaufland and how is going with the logistics expansion. And second, then we'll go to Q&A and also we'll ask Mr. Elias what are the trends and how Moldova can fulfill the goals in terms of relocation, what could be the offer of our country in terms of relocation of office spaces. So I will start with Felix, please.
With me, first of all, do you hear me, everyone? Yeah? Great. Then we also need to see if we have this one. Perfect. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me and having us as Kaufland, maybe not the most clear partner in real estate on the first view here today. Thanks, Igor, for making this happen because, as you said, I'm living here for now 2.5 years. Also speaking a bit of Romanian, but today I want to speak in English and want to give you some kind of perspective of the country that hosted us, and especially me, for several years in a quite, let's say, open-armed environment, and also over the last years, very attractive environment for us as a food retailer. What I have here is our perspective on the Moldovan investment market. Our perspective on how we see business should be done in Moldova. And when I prepared myself, I thought, okay, what to tell? What is interesting for people coming to Moldova? It's the key abilities you have to have on this market coming from other countries. And if the technique also works, we have the first one, being relevant. Second of all, being cooperative, being integrative. This goes hands in hand, basically. And we have the one being visible, from my point of view, the most important. Being an international corporation, it's important to be visible to a local market. And last but not least, being sustainable. Nowadays, this is the topic that we are talking about. And I won't take too much time to go into detail, but I want to be a little bit more concrete. Being relevant. Being relevant in real estate, basically, for us as a retailer, means creating footfall. This means you have to be relevant. You have to be a brand. You have to have value for your customers. And as a brand, you also have to have a name. Because nowadays, very much, many real estate investors take care of who is the brand they're cooperating with, they're investing in, or they're just giving services to. We in Moldova have right now 9 stores. In total, we have 1,500. 9 stores from north to south with a strong focus on Chisinau. What's a little bit different is that we own our stores, we develop them, we build them, and we also operate them by ourselves. This is maybe a little bit of difference to other investors in Moldova, but this is what we call being relevant. Creating footfall, creating interest, creating attractivity for a location. Second of all is being cooperative. And being cooperative, this means 2 main stakeholders. It's authorities and it's our neighbors. And being cooperative means to adapt your concept to what is needed in your environment. What is your neighbors about? what is the demand of an authority. And this is what we are trying to do. What you see here is the store that we recently opened in Chisinau, and this is everything but not a standard store. It's a store which is way smaller, it's a store which is up level, it has underground parkings, it's completely different, it's way smaller, it also has solar panels on the roof, because we needed to find a concept which fits in a very, very urban and central area. Second point. Third one is be integrative. This is the next step after being cooperative. We, and I'm talking again about this store, it's just an example, is to become part of your environment that you're operating in. And this means, in this case, that we gave the opportunity to young Moldovan artists to be part of the store. When you enter the store, you won't see red walls or white walls, you will see these paintings. And this is paintings made by Moldovan artists. Same thing, at this point we had a mosaic. Mosaic is as Moldovan as it can get. It's part of the integrity and also about the culture of Moldova. And we had to remove it, and we rebuilt it in the city center of Chisinau. This is what we see as our obligation to be part of our community that we are operating in. And this is, and I say this also personally from a management point of view, the goal that we aim. Not because it's financially the most interesting, but we think on the long term, being considered as a sustainable and local investor, while being an international corporation, is the part and is the way to go. And maybe also to say it here, it's a very high note also on the Moldovan art scene, by the way. Being from Berlin, quite vibrant environment, I have to say it's amazing what these guys did over there. So if you have the time, take a look. What you see here is being visible. And being visible today, even today's event is a part of being visible. For us, a local company always has this kind of anonymous touch. Yeah, these people come from abroad. Sometimes these Germans come around and then they take a look and after 2 days they leave. No, it's not our approach. We want to be local. For me, for example, I'm living in Chisinau for 2.5 years. So this is the approach that we want to have, that people from abroad live here. And also that we have the language that we are talking about, because we need to be investors locally. We need to understand the local market. And what we did here in February was an open day, especially, I think, over there in this room. We invited 36 companies from Moldova, and I just talked a little bit what is Kaufland doing. And what happened? These companies became partners. Usually they just worked indirect throughout big companies with us, but they became direct partners. Another small high note is that we had the first company from Ukraine over here, which is also very soon becoming one of our partners. And the last important point is that we also, as an international corporation, see ourselves responsible to develop the Moldovan market. So take the local partners and bring them abroad. What I can say, a Moldovan company first time won a tender of one of our Romanian projects abroad for a logistics center. This was a company we worked with over years here in Moldova, and now they became partner in Romania. And this is part of being visible as an investor and working with local companies. And last but not least is the part of sustainability. It's today's topic, and this is what we see also as our obligation and our responsibility to make this first step, to be sustainable, to not just say or do some kind of predictions or pronunciations. No, we want to be sustainable. And this comes along with alternative energy sources, solar panels, you name it, infrastructure, investments in infrastructure because it's needed, and also alternative infrastructure, e-chargers and so on. And last part is being audited by this, being really sustainable, not just saying. So we obliged ourselves to bring every store to an outstanding EDGE standard by the end of 2024. So this will be the first step. I think also becoming a more and more, let's say, in the direction of zero company when it comes to pollution. And I think this is enough. I think these 5 points is enough to say what you need to go to Moldova. This maybe sounds a little bit, how to say, tough at the beginning. It's a small, dynamic, very specific market. But what I can say, and this is my last message after these 2.5 years and also our Kaufland story, let's say in Moldova, it's worth it. And yeah, as a last question for everyone here, do you join? And I really invite you also to come back to us. We are here, we are present, and we are open to help you at any time, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felix. I know that here today as panelists and also companies that was invited, there are from real estate developers, construction company, we have brokers, banks, also consulting companies, and a lot of them are very familiar with Kaufland. They already are working in a close collaboration with you. And after that, I will come with a question regarding what are the key factors in for you, or what are the most important points when you are starting a collaboration with a local partner, because here is 70% of the audience are local companies that are eager to collaborate with you, and what they must do in order to become a partner of Kaufland.
For me, as an investor, the key part is to understand the local market, to be here for a certain period of time, to understand what is cultural specifics. Because what I can say from my perspective, that Moldovan companies, when it comes to, for example, construction quality, is on a very, very high level, very decent level. But you have to give things time and to get really into contact with these companies, to adapt your contract model a little bit, to see what is the local standards, because by that you will, or I think just by that you will be able to enter the local market and be open enough for companies to work with you. And second of all is what I said, being visible. Being visible, but not with the message of general advertisement. Being visible with local advertisement and with local people. To be, or that local companies have the ability to address you directly. And I think the fourth message I told today is being visible and being open in this sense. Yeah, this is my opinion.
Thank you very much. Mr. Eles, you are on the way between two important parts. First of all, are the clients, the big companies that are eager to externalize their services and to go to another market. And the second part is the developers. And I would like to ask you to give some examples and what are the key factors that are driving these sectors, the commercial one, the office spaces. What, from one point of view, the companies are looking for, and second, what are the developers also looking for, what they must do?
I told you, I know nothing about real estate. And what I mean by that is absolutely true. They have taught you, they have taught me, location, location, location. Forget about it. Let's talk solutions. Solutions can be an ERP system, can be an office space, so location still plays. But throughout these last 25 years, as my clients, as my teams and myself, to move into Central Europe for a variety of reasons, sometimes because of the markets, sometimes because of the resources, sometimes because of the lower costs. Real estate never was the problem. Because the companies knew, by coming into these regions, they went for the talent, they went for the flexibility, they went for a lower cost or a more efficient cost point, because it's not only about low cost, it's about cost efficiency. My clients have located on top of shopping centers. My clients have located in old socialist, communist built apartment blocks, and they got started. And in the meantime, from the office perspective, there always was a local party working with the government, working with the entrepreneurs that was starting a project or about to start a project, and immediately the project had an anchor tenant. So, yes, I absolutely agree, having real estate is important because it puts you on the map. But please, please, do not think that real estate is the critical point. And I know I'm talking to a real estate audience, so you'll probably have me for dinner, lunch, and breakfast tomorrow. But the solutions you provide are one little element of the total solution package. It is important to announce your projects. It is important to illustrate that you have an easy landing space, and that's where your agency comes in, That's where consultants like I come in as well. But real estate, in my humble opinion, is not the critical factor any longer. There's always a solution, a temporary solution. And I've had so many cases where we went into unknown territories. I mean, I posted about it this morning. This city reminds me on a larger scale of Cluj-Napoca in 2006. And I'm doing you wrong because Chisinau is much better. But there was no real estate in Cluj-Napoca. Two of my clients went in, they created more than 800 jobs in Cluj-Napoca as the real estate was trying to catch up with reality. So if you come back to the title, what does it take? I think, yes, you need an environment where investors can flourish, where the real estate can be built, where permitting happens fast. But if, on the other hand, everything else fails, if you're not competitive in providing a solution, if you're not competitive in, let's say, labor code, then you can have the best real estate in the world, the smartest, but still you will not be successful. So I think what I would strongly recommend to all your entrepreneurs out there and their advisors, look at real estate as part of a total package of a solution to put Moldova on the map. I hope I'm not disappointing you?
No, we as an agency, we are doing this with the whole map that includes a synergy between all economic sectors and all the fields, the labor force, real estate, law framework, everything. So everything is included. And also our facilitation facility that is provided by investment agency, everything. But in our country, we have lack of international companies in the field of non-residential real estate. And the idea is to attract them. And for us, it will be very interesting to know what is the key points for them and how we could attract along other than workforce. So that's the main point, because from one point of view, what we are facing as an agency, we have a list of leads that they would like to come to Moldova, but they don't have a way to relocate. On the other hand, we don't have enough companies that would like to build in order to get the rent, or they don't have the possibility. So we have like, what was the first, egg or chicken? So, and we are facing this balancing problem between these two clients. One is the company that would like to relocate to Republic of Moldova. On the other side is the developers that they are looking for us, give us the company and we will build for them. But the company say, please give us the building that is already ready for starting, or to produce, or to be rented. Because in office spaces, A class, if I'm not mistaken, it's 90% full. B class is 96. So this is our biggest concern. I'm telling as a person who is responsible for investment attraction that we have lost several investors only because we don't have enough industrial spaces. This is the biggest concern. And then we will start to face the rest level of the problems with workforce and stuff like that. That's my biggest. And I'm not...
Can I pick up on something you said?
Yeah, sure.
You said we have a lack of international investors. Well, have I got your news for you? So Rome wasn't built in one day, okay? And so these are development cycles that take time. And that is what real estate investment is about. Now, there's a lot of good news, because if you look at what happened in Europe, and Europe is not the European Union, I'm talking the real Europe, the geographical Europe, we have seen that foreign direct investment, end users of real estate, of course, everybody held their breath a bit during COVID, but the Russian invasion of Ukraine did not scare foreign direct investment. It went up. Users of industrial space, of manufacturing, logistics, and offices, headcounts are back as if nothing ever happened. That is what we're seeing in Central Europe. So that's one thing. So people are coming, people need space. Now, you say we haven't got enough of them, but with all due respect, I've heard that so many times. I've heard that being said by the mayor of Poznan in 2005. And now Poznan is a booming city in logistics, in manufacturing, in business services. Gdansk, when we first went there, there was nothing. And now they've got one of the most beautiful office parks in the whole of Poland. I'm talking about 10 years. Even for some cities, it is shorter. So my point is that if you compare yourself to cities that have started earlier, which I think is a fair comparison, then of course the extent of foreign direct investment, be it in the real estate market or in the end user market, is limited. But that's not the right comparison. I think it's what I posted this morning. Think back 10 years, and I'm not saying you're 10 years behind, but indeed, you know how investors get, they vote with their feet. What they don't know, they don't go, right? And so Moldova is coming into the scene through events like this. It's coming into the scene as you go to MIPIM, Expo Real, and you show them what wonderful things have been built here, like Victoria, who built this magnificent building. So slowly, people are starting to get to know you. And to win the game, you got to be in the game. I am only suggesting that, first of all, it's not bad to be where you're at, because you have the opportunity. You can avoid the mistakes of others. Don't lose sleep over the fact that you are not a strong player yet, because when I see Chisinau, and the first time I came to your beautiful country was in 2003, 2006, it was nothing like the country today. So already you've come a long way, you're accelerating, you have a pro-EU stand, you have a very strong, open, business-minded government. You do well on the World Bank rankings, better than some of the other countries that are a member of the EU. So, and it was, Olivier asked me this morning, did you actually mean what you said about Moldova, or you just wrote it because we paid you dinner? I'm Dutch, I'm an engineer, I only write what I believe in. So, yes, you are just, you're not a small kid, but you're entering the game, not the big game of the big cities, the game of the middle bandwidth cities. So, there is investment, there's nothing wrong about being late to the party, because then you're still smart when everybody else is drunk with their success. And there's something else. Foreign direct investment is coming in, the clients are coming in. We see a siloed, I spoke to a siloed world yesterday because of more of geopolitics, more market protectionism. You are in this market of 360 million people, Europeans, right? So that's one thing. We also see that many cities in the western part of Central Europe are reaching a saturation level. Business needs to grow. And we have seen it through the history of Central Europe in the last 30 years. It has always grown towards the east. So I think that, from my humble perspective, the stars are aligned, indeed, to see Moldova in the next 7 to 10 years, and I hope for you 5, but it will take extra work, indeed attract more FDI. But remember what I said, unknown is unwanted. So all of you are ambassadors at a political level, at a government level, at a private sector level, and be proud and be confident, because what you need to do has been done before by many countries. Think of Lithuania. They weren't on my map 15 years ago. Today, if I don't say, look at Lithuania, I get fired. Figure of speech, of course.
I understand. Thank you very much. So as a conclusion, I understand we have a bright future. Yeah, we must wait a little bit, work harder to promote, and all the synergy, I believe today also will hear a lot of presentation, and already we have done some homework, and I'm proud to see what we'll have achieved already. Thank you very much, Elliot. I will go to Felix, because Felix already, as Kaufland, let's say, had the courage to invest in Moldova. So, as I know, Moldova is the first non-EU country that Kaufland have invested. Yes. So that's, thank you very much, and appreciate your intention. I would like to ask what was the consensus at the beginning and what we should do to to be more fast in absorption of FDI, especially in terms of logistics and retail?
I think the first, or to answer the first question, it's the fact of being first mover. Like being first mover in a country or in a region is something that we are very keen and attracted by. Romania is a good example, Bulgaria is a good example. And the first example of identity of Kaufland was Eastern Germany. Basically, Eastern Germany opened up in the year 89, 90, however you take it. And we've been the first company from Western Germany to enter the grocery markets there. And until today, it's our strongest region. It's by far our strongest region. We've been the first ones to enter Romania on a higher scale. From today's perspective, it's the most relevant and also profitable Eastern European market that we have. And this is our or let's say, not philosophy, I think it's more like idea of moving new markets. And this is what we did also in Moldova and what we also believe in. What I think will be further very important is that to these companies who are ready to invest in Moldova, and I'm not just talking about Kaufland because there's many more, that you give them the opportunity to be these first movers. Like you have to take these examples to, like, let's say on the retail sector, to create these retail spaces. Retail is, as I said also in my presentation, is a part of being a footfall anchor. You need to bring there people who attract clients. And this is what makes locations attractive. And this is not just one plot. This is the plots around what makes it attractive. And as soon as you have this, you will very, very fast develop certain locations in certain areas. And this is, I think, what we did over the last years, and this is our, let's say, best practice. We, at some points, take the risk to invest, but on the other hand, we also need the possibilities to invest and to develop our concepts that we believe in. And I think this will be key for Moldova in the next years to create these spaces, to create these areas where people have a certain comfort and a certain security of investing, because maybe there is already someone or someone is planning very concrete to go there, and this will be I think the key factor to success for Moldova, to create these spaces and locations for non-residential. May it be office, may it be also hotel. Hotel, from my point of view, a very, very important sector in Moldova still, and or be it retail or be it logistics. It's always the same. And yeah.
That was my next question. What are the future plans in Moldova for Kaufland as an investor? If you can highlight, of course, if it's not a commercial secret.
Of course. I mean, from our point of view, is what we did in Moldova is some kind of, let's say, pilot. We are investing in brownfield. Brownfield, what does this mean? We are investing in way larger properties than we would need. Kaufland basically needs something between 10,000 and 20,000 square meters, but we are investing on, let's say, properties even 50,000 and plus to create these hubs, because we think that we might come with some best practice that we have from other countries, and this is the plan that we have. We want to develop certain locations, of course also in our sense, this might be small corporations that we have with smaller retailers, but this may also be large corporations with hotel chains, with office developers, and this is the plan, doing brownfield development in Moldova. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think it's a good announcement also for the potential companies or potential collaboration in the field. Mr. Elias, also the last but not the least question for you. I would like to explain a little bit the processes of site selection or location selection that you are involved during your job. That will be very helpful in us to have the homework and to know where we should adjust our, let's say, offer in terms of FDI.
How much time have you got?
What?
How much time have you got?
No,
just kidding. Just to make this very clear, in Europe, there are around 25 people that do what I do. Great ladies, great guys. In Europe, every year, we have around 550 investment projects across all asset types. And I'm talking about end users. So obviously, the large majority of companies doesn't work with site selectors. And the other half doesn't want to pay our bills, so we don't work for them. The key point is that a majority of location decisions is based on hearsay, or services provided, or business relationships that you have. That influences many location decisions. The process of the structural process is very simple. It's about risk elimination. But you start off by looking at all the options, and then you start eliminating on client factors. It's a process. I've had a manufacturing plant. It took us 3 years for the site selection study. I had a finance center for Carlsberg. It took us 9 months from the initial idea, yeah, maybe you need a finance center, till they actually opened the door and had the first 50 people working. So it can really depend strongly from one company to the other. The Amazon headquarters, which is like a hallmark for site selectors like myself, took 6.5 years, right, for the process. But it is a rational driven, based on a lot of factual analysis, but also on experience. Data analytics don't do it. ChatGPT will not put us out of business, at least not for the next 6 months. It's a rational process. It's an elimination-driven process. It's a process where teams like mine need to know, all you ladies and guys, we need to know you. Because we do not know everything. It's impossible. My team works in 48 countries, 350 cities. So don't expect me to be the world's leading expert on Moldova, on Ungen, on Chisinau, because I'm not. But I'm here to take home a couple of sound bites to add to what I already knew, so that when we talk with a potential client, potential investor for you, we kind of say, well, have you thought about this? Oh, tell me more about Chisinau. Tell me more about Tbilisi. What about Morocco? And we use top-of-mind information to say, well, that could be interesting based on our initial understanding. That brings me to a very important rule that we tell our clients. Rule number 1, process drives location. What you want to do as an end user determines where you're going to be at. Rule number 2, where you're at will determine how you do it. The biggest mistake that companies make is by exporting their operational model, their blueprint for offices to a different country and different culture. It's a recipe for disaster. But the process of really figuring out what do I need to be operationally and strategically successful is a cornerstone to successful site selection. Onwards is just process-wise elimination. Typically, if, well, we've got a manufacturing project on our hand now. We started in April. We expect to sign a letter of intent in November. We had a IT project on our hands. We started in March. And in August, the client announced that they were opening offices. So there are different speeds that happen. The only advice I can give you, think like them. Think about their fears. Come with solutions. Listen, because with all due respect, every office project is the same in a certain sense. For somebody, you will not be dealing with real estate departments. You will, but that's at the end of the game. You need to get into the mind of the lady that will be responsible for growing the business, or the guy that will be responsible for running that IT operation. Think from their perspective. Think of the solution you provide, and then you're building that trust, and you're eliminating your risk factor being unknown, unwanted. And then it's like John Wayne, the old John Wayne movie, Be Quick or Be Dead. You got to be really, as soon as you catch something, pick up that phone, send that email, ask your LinkedIn contacts to be introduced, and then start working. Because in this business, very often, because so many projects are not escorted by consultants, first come, first serve.
Thank you very much.
I wish I could tell you it's all scientific and rational, but the majority of clients, they use the Belgian Moldovan Chamber of Commerce. They will talk to Diana or Olivier, they will talk to your team, and then it's just, last year you had my colleague Karol Stransky here. Karel is a hallmark person for industrial and logistics, and every time I see him, he talks about Moldova. So I'm not saying that we're the biggest influencers at Colliers, and there's other great firms out there, but make sure you're on the mental map of the influencers. Expand your networks. That's the process.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure that you and Karol Stransky are definitely the influencers in the field, so that's why the idea also was to invite you to highlight and to express your experience in the field, but also to have, as you said, a small bite of Republic of Moldova that will definitely put a small idea that always in your mind that Moldova is a good relocation or an important investment destination for potential clients. So thank you very much.
May I say something? And it's triggered by what, sorry, to interrupt the applause. It's triggered by something Felix said, because he showed us these 6 bullets, and forgive me for not memorizing them, but one had to do with environment. And to come back what I said, you don't need to, it's not bad being late in the game. What many of my clients, and whether it's battery recycling, whether it's an IT center, a location criterion that came up very strongly, it wasn't completely new, ESG. Companies need to be ESG compliant. And we all know what it stands for. They need to be compliant because their clients demand it, their employees demand it, and because regulatory forces demand it. I was working with a client in Kuala Lumpur, or we took him to Kuala Lumpur, and what Kuala Lumpur, Invest in Kuala Lumpur does, the real estate community, the whole of Kuala Lumpur has jumped on the ESG bandwagon. It does require changes, but also I salute their marketing astuteness. So I think what you do, and many of you are doing it, and you are doing it, but indeed, a way to distinguish yourselves and your projects, whatever your line of business is, be it real estate service providers, indeed, if you can have a serious story about how focused you are on ESG, that's a distinguishing factor. And it's something that I thought of as you were sharing. How does that work for you? When you look at locations, do you look at the ESG factors, or are you innovators?
I think to look on a location, I also want to be very honest. We look on the potential when it comes to a location. I mean, this is our core business. But I think in general, I think on a group level that we can say, not just Kaufland, but Schwarz Group as itself put a very strong focus on ESG subjects. I mean, this is what is already very, let's say, crucial today and will be more and more crucial tomorrow. And this is also when we are looking forward to international forums like Expo Real. Expo Real dedicated a whole panel discussion to just ESG. Everyone is mentioning ESG, and this will be the next big thing. And I think it's nothing to be afraid of. It's just adapting your concept and then also putting the message on the map. I mean, as an investor, this is very, very easily done. Like what I did today, I think this is the third part of ESG, which is very important, to be communicative. Because this is a very nice marketing tool. Because you get good employees, you get investment opportunities, and you have an open door at every government. Because this is the topic of today. And I think this is just something maybe to change the mindset on than being an obligation, more to being a chance. And this is what we see at Kaufland.
Thank you very much for your inputs. We can definitely stay and discuss till the end of the event, but fortunately, I must present the next panelist. I would like to thank you very much, Elias and Felix, for your experience shared today with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will invite the moderator of the next panel, Vyacheslav Shutkevich, advisor in economic cooperation and private sector development at GIZ, who will moderate the financial support tools, the next panel.
Igor, thank you so much. Distinguished guests, friends. ladies and gentlemen. I'm not a financial specialist, just to make it very clear. That's why maybe like many of you, what I will try to do is to facilitate a discussion which might be very interesting for the audience today and our distinguished guests and international audience. Thank you so much, Igor. I'm honored to moderate this panel. And this is the third event, and I know how important is this, and we went so long for this event and the efforts we do along the years, since many years, by visiting the international fairs like Expo Real, and some of the participants here will join Igor team to participate this year as well. Let me, the name of our panel is Financial Tools. And the objective of our panel is to discuss with our distinguished speakers who are specialists in financial tools, to discuss the financial offer for non-residential real estate sector based on their experience and their institutional or institutions' experience, as well as discussing the trends or the development trends for the commercial real estate. Let me invite the speakers, Alexandru Kosovan, the Associate Director and Senior Banker at the EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. The applause. Our next speaker is Ms. Galina Cicanci, the Country Officer for Moldova at the International Finance Corporation, IFC, the private investment arm of the World Bank. Thank you. And one more speaker from Evgeny Risovich, in charge of the investor relations and sustainability at MAIB Bank. Thank you. Okay, I prepared some questions we have also discussed before, nothing to be surprised, but just as many of the speakers in the room, we know that financial tools and the availability is quite an issue, and we see that this is a bottleneck also for the development. Whenever we go abroad, they're thinking, oh, how do we do a project? There is a lot of risk, and so on and so forth. So this is what we will discuss today, and we'll try to make, in our limited time, of course, in the panel, we will try to make a little bit more transparency and a little bit more light about this, this topic. I will present Alexandru, and Alexandru is with a very vast experience in the supporting of the investment of local and foreign direct investors in Moldova. His experience in banking industry is over 20 years with more than 18 years in EBRD only, and EBRD is the largest institutional investor in Moldova. Who didn't know? I think this is the fact most known for the local people, but for the international would be also nice to know. And he is coordinating in the bank's investments in a variety of sectors, including the property and real estate. So, the manufacturing and services, as well as municipal environmental infrastructure, with all the strong emphasis on the green financing and highly additional of new formats for Moldova. So, I will have, let us go with some questions. And what is the EBRD approach to the real estate sector, industrial, commercial in particular, and what has been the bank's focus in this particular sector, or particularly in the context of the geopolitical circumstances in the region? We know this is very, very sensitive, and that would be nice to hear something more information from you. Please.
Can everybody hear me? Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for this introduction, and indeed happy to be here on behalf of the EBRD. We've tried to help the country, the investors along the years. First of all, in terms of our approach, I would say that what defines us is, in terms of our approach, is to be relevant. The real estate sector in general for us is a business sector in itself, but also it is a key component of the many, let's say, sub-industries we are financing separately. So we place a strong emphasis on energy and resource efficiency. ESG was mentioned today, sustainability in general. So this is what we prefer to support, to promote. In terms of the involvement in the property sector, what defines us is really what drives us is really to address this chronic undersupply in modern, high-efficiency, energy, resilient real estate. And that covers in all sectors, commercial, industrial, logistics. So we try to be there for the clients and for the country as a host. In 2022, for example, we have invested over 300 million across where we are investing in our countries. Again, trying to spearhead projects, many of them new in their ways in all these countries of operations we are working in. To give you a flavor, let's say for Moldova, and I was really glad to listen to Felix Ferre from Kaufland. Congratulations on the development in Moldova so far, and congratulations to Moldova as well as a host. This is one of the types of projects we have really enjoyed financing and like to see grow. Again, store network expansion. So Kaufland is a real good example of what we like to support. So you've seen the PV solar panels, and yeah, you saw the EDGE certification that we highly encourage. Very good. We would like to see more investments of that kind in Moldova. Along the years, we've also moved away from financing bold projects. Some of them were quite unique, like let's say the Moldova shopping mall, or in healthcare, the Med Park. Also look at the automotive industry in Moldova, like Drexelmeier, Gebauer and Griller, where we have financed real estate for manufacturing, for plants, for production. And of course, we look forward to do more of those. In terms of our regional catch, we have financed, different development and investment plans for investors with the regional blueprint, footprint, and blueprint for other sub-industries as well. For example, like the CTP, which is the Czech industrial developer, a full-service company. A good example and recent one is the Green Bond. We've tried to support for them. It was a package of 42.5 million from our side is to support their development in Romania, Slovak Republic, Hungary, Serbia, and Poland as an example. Another one is WTP, the Belgian company. Also, with regional presence, we help them support and expand their industrial and light manufacturing real estate. In that case, was more than 150 million package for the regional catch. In that case, I could say the A-class sustainable real estate buildings that they are doing in Romania. Another one is the P3 Logistics Park, very recent. Again, supporting the green certified logistics and light manufacturing buildings. 250 million package for a number of countries, and I will list them like Romania, Serbia, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovak Republic. So regional cash, so we try to help at local level, but also at regional level where investors prefer. Speaking about the geopolitical circumstances and what we try to do, we try to remain relevant. Again, we want to support where the need is there. Ukraine itself, so we have not shied away from financing as recently as this year, the Lviv Industrial Park, together with the Dragon Capital Investment. And the bold move there is really that we took an equity stake in what is supposed to be a multi-phase, multi-tenant industrial park. So it's about 60 kilometers from the Ukrainian-Polish border. So we are there to help investors. Please come to Moldova. We would be glad to support your bold plans here.
So Alexander, very impressive, very impressive. And some of the names which you mentioned, for instance, CTP, we together with our colleagues, we even managed to bring the CEO of CTP to Moldova, but probably it was at a very early stage, but we never give up, and maybe one day Moldova will be on their priority list. Thank you so much. And my next question would be, so that we manage in time everything, what would be the investment size from EBRD or the EBRD would be interested to finance a project. Yeah, we understand that EBRD is not financing just one small house. So probably what would be the key criteria determining the viability of a project?
Thank you. Yes, well, indeed. Well, as I mentioned, we try to remain relevant. We try to respond to the client's needs. So a project could start from as low as 1 million, could go to, I don't know, 300 million euros. It is really defined by the it is really limited more by the debt capacity of the potential borrower as opposed to what we can do. Okay, so also on the projected capacity of the project itself. So we can do as much as necessary to support your needs. At the same time, we would really start from from 1 or 2 million above. We can do that in principle, if our support is needed.
So that's a good answer, because this is a good answer also for those who are here in our room and also who are not here. If you finance in Ukraine, this means that Moldova is definitely a destination to go.
Correct, correct. And we try to be flexible. We try to provide either debt or equity. The more, let's say, prevalent financing is still debt, loans. It could be from 5 to 7 years. We could go as far as 15 years in certain circumstances. There would be a grace period that would really reflect the implementation period of the project being financed. Cash flows could be sculpted, so to reflect the cash flows of the business being financed, as I mentioned. And the support really goes to local investors as well as foreign investors. To foreign investors, we can finance by financing their subsidiary in Moldova under, let's say, a parent guarantee, if it's a first entry into Moldova, or we could finance the foreign company in its home market, whereby they would channel the finance to Moldova or to the countries in the region where they operate. In terms of viability criteria, what I would like to say is really the sponsor or the developer, the owner of the project. It has to be financially strong, reputable, and with strong experience. This is really key. We finance development, expansion. We finance a continuation of a strong journey that we understand, that we support and would like to join forces with. Yeah? So in that sense, again, management and of course contractors with track record are very important for such projects in real estate. The loan should be repaid from the business being financed. As much as we like joining forces with strong sponsors, we really prefer that the business being financed can really sustain itself, so the cash flow would be sufficient to generate that payback. And due diligence. I mean, there is a significant effort going into assessing what a viable project means. So we go into commercial, financial, legal due diligence to make sure we understand the intention of the company that is embarking on that project. And of course, it doesn't go without security. We go into land, buildings, and of course, a strong parent, a strong beneficiary is very important, particularly that in Moldova we see strong foreign investors' presence. So it's really good to have big companies being able to step in for the projects that they are developing in Moldova. So we highly encourage that. What I would like to re-emphasize, we work with both local and foreign investors. So we are looking equally for opportunities in both kinds.
Thank you for that. So you are supporting also the development of local companies, and as Felix said, that we are involving the local companies into the different big projects, and one day they will be more and more or they will go internationally more. And my last question, very short: do you or EBRD see a development potential of the commercial real estate in Republic of Moldova? So what is your opinion, and which are the encouraging factors for the investors?
So the short answer is yes, definitely. Despite the geopolitical circumstances, which are sensitive, and of course, every investor is careful about the projects they are embarking on. But I'd like to say there are certain advantages and certain opportunities that are here at the moment and should be cherished. Well, first of all, it's sad what's happening, in the region, but of course, Ukrainian companies and companies in the region should be helped. So, of course, there would be relocation attempts, and they should be supported. So probably supporting Ukrainian companies or companies from the region that want to relocate would be one of the niches to support, to watch out for. Moldova has already showed generosity to the Ukrainian citizens and of course to a number of businesses, which is very good. It could be cherished and grown further. From another perspective is it's, again, as Moldova is the immediate neighbor of the Ukraine, Ukraine itself will be in need of reconstruction and development efforts. So I think investors should really focus on seeing how to partner in that effort, being here, and the aim to kind of become a regional logistical hub for Moldova is a realistic one. The premises are there. We would highly encourage that, of course, and it's logical. And the other aspect, because Moldova is not so big, and I think there are big investors that are looking at Moldova, just as we speak probably. As Felix Ferre from Kaufland mentioned, there is really strength in making a first move. So a first mover reaction effect is very important and would ensure the strongest presence and traction possible. So that's a couple of moments. Also, another enabling factor, I would say, is the status of Moldova as an EU candidate. In June 2022, this journey has started in a more forceful manner, which is very good, a good achievement for the Moldovan citizens and for the Moldovan government. The course should be sustained, and I think the legal reforms, the harmonization efforts are really an encouraging factor to the investor community, both local and foreign again. And probably last but not least, I would like to say that the Moldovan government has been quite proactive for a number of years to support investment and let's say such initiatives as the free economic zones, the industrial parks, so the IT park, and initiatives of this kind are certainly very, very complementary, should be continued and even emphasized. So I think the premises are there, the opportunities are there, instruments are there, investors should consider seriously.
Thank you so much. And I think the investment agency is also promoting various industrial locations with ready-made master plans, with all the technical documentation, even with the ready-made permits that the investors can immediately go into specific projects.
And yeah, I'm quite aware about the good work that GIZ itself has put in this direction in trying to help the central and local authorities to identify these locations, to make a step forward. And as was mentioned, many investors may not want to build, let's say, greenfield, as was the mood until recently. Maybe brownfield is the way forward. So I think that's a good effort in that direction to enable such projects. So I think
we are here to support our partners. Thank you so much, Alexander. And I will move to our next distinguished speaker, Galina. Galina has over 20 years of experience in financial services and currently manages various advisory and investment projects within the government and private partners. And I feel honored in a double role, as we share with Galina the same university, the same faculty, and also the same MBA in Grenoble Graduate School of Business. Thank you, Galina, for being today with us and sharing your valuable experience. And let me quickly, because Galina prepared a small presentation. Actually, there are a little bit more slides, but don't be worried, that will not take too much time, because this is purposely done for you to be informed after. The organizers will share with you the presentations, and Galina will share with us actually and describe the engagement of IFC for the commercial property, the greening of real estate and priorities, the specific IFC tools, including the EDGE certification, which already Alexander slightly mentioned in his speech. Okay, Galina will tell us also what does it mean, because for me, for instance, is not very, very known. I'm sure for many of our guests is the same. Then I would like also Galina to point out on political risk and the top questions and concern for any investor, because we know that political risk insurance solutions which offer one of the institutions within the World Bank is very important. This is one of the questions many investors ask: what if I come, and so on. So Galina will make a little bit more light on that, and also how can IFC help commercial property developers. So do we have the, we have already the presentation. So Galina, the floor is yours.
First, I want to check if everybody is able to hear me. Okay. Thanks for.
You have the device.
Okay. So, thanks for having the presentation on, because, well, it's a bit longer. I'm not going to stop at each slide, but you will definitely receive it at the end of the event. IFC investment in commercial property is as long as the institution exists, actually. So, yes, IFC as a private investment arm of the World Bank supports investors in its real estate investments. We also do investments in housing, but I will not stop at that. My intention today was to stop at the trends in the industry, but before, just to note that we have worldwide experience in doing commercial property alongside investors in more than 200 countries of the world already, more than 600 projects, investment projects, and with overall value of exceeding $10 billion US. And that can be hotel property, that can be retail property, that can be industrial property or logistics, and many other properties which do serve the interests of the national economies that we support. Just a few examples of our partners with whom we recently invested. Just to say, the current portfolio of IFC in commercial property is around $1 billion US, and about 42% of it is in Europe. You will see in these examples about half of them being in Central Europe, in Romania, Poland, and Serbia. Then, talking about the current trends in the industry. Many years ago, we used to say that the future is green. Well, it's not in the future any longer. It's already in the present. And it still comes at a surprise to many local sectors and local industries. And I want to draw your attention that it's in present, it's not in the future. What is important to note, especially for investors who look to develop properties, to rent them out to big companies, is that the majority of big corporates, so over 7,000 countries, corporates globally, have declared their sustainability targets, and they aim to become net zero, they aim to become green, and they aim to reduce their carbon footprint. So they will look for green properties to locate. And this is where your role as real estate investors comes. Make sure that whatever you invest, as my advice, like the financier, gets certified as green. Having green properties and green portfolio of real estate ensures that you maximize your profit margins by saving on utilities. You proof your properties against adverse regulations in the future, because the governments will regulate greener real estate sooner or later. And you also maximize the value of your portfolios by getting certification, because certification allows solid tenants to account for their GHG emission targets, which is important in their choice of location destination. So how can we help real estate investors and holders of large real estate portfolios? We offer
a package of services which includes advisory, which includes investment, and which includes the global standard for building certification. So advisory can be in various ways, and it depends on the specific needs of an investor. It can be an assessment of the readiness of the developer to build green properties. It can assess the state of the current real estate portfolio of a certain investor. It can be anything in the ESG area. Of course, it comes as an addition to the investment which comes in form of money. I will stop later at the investment itself, but I want to highlight the global standard, which is the EDGE certification. You have seen the EDGE logo earlier on the Kaufland presentation, and it was mentioned by my EBRD colleague. Well, it's a product that was actually developed by IFC and offered to the market to use it globally. It's used currently in over 72 countries. It has certified over 48 million square meters of buildings, and it's a free standard. You get audited by private sector auditors, but they all use the same standard, which gives you recognition and gives credibility. So about financing. Financing from IFC can be in form of green loans or green bonds or sustainability-linked loans or bonds. So the difference is, to some extent, well, it's different, of course. Green loans and green bonds, the proceeds of these instruments can finance only eligible green projects, and the beneficiary or the investor reports annually on the portfolio that it financed using these instruments. Sustainability-linked loans or bonds, they are more traditional, let's say. It's a general purpose loan, which can be a corporate loan, but it's disbursed against certain KPIs on ESG, which are linked to ESG, and as well comes with reporting responsibilities from the investor. I will skip this slide. The issue of investing in the current geopolitical environment. Well, we as a development institution, we have not stopped investing in Moldova, and similarly to EBRD, we do currently invest in Ukraine as well. And what we can do to assist other investors to come to Moldova is to engage our sister institution, which is MIGA, Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, which works with foreign investors who want to invest in countries like Moldova, like Ukraine, by providing them guarantees against political risks, the risks of war. So the coverage can be different. It depends on the particular risks that the investor identifies, but it can cover the exchange and transfer of currency from Moldova to their home countries. It can cover the risk of breach of contract. It can cover the expropriation risk. It can cover the risk of war and political turmoil. Oftentimes, investors would ask how dangerous it is to invest in Moldova. Well, against all the fears, MIGA can resolve that concern. I am not sure if I...
No, you covered everything, Alina. Thank you so much. And even it was brilliant also from the time management. What I would like, I saw again some of the names. I will not stop at all the names, but one name. And I know that in the room we have a strong community of Belgium stakeholders active in the real estate. Unfortunately, I did not see our friend Alain Scholz. Maybe he did not manage to move from another. Oh, he is here. Super. Thank you for supporting us over years, and we saw the name VDP, which is an important player in Romania, and both institutions mentioned that they have common big projects. And my question to Galina would be, would IFC engage in supporting those big or important developers if they decide to cross the River Prut? We know that River Prut is kind of such a big barrier for many. It's not so big river, it's quite a small river, but would you engage in supporting these projects?
Yes, of course. The answer is simple. We do work with larger developers. We would not go for a smaller investments, as Alex mentioned, like 1 or 2 million, but for large real estate investors, we are there to support. We cannot compete with local financial sector. Whatever can be financed by local banks, we will not do it. We would come in when the local financial sector cannot do it because of the size or because of the long term or because of any other risk-sharing concerns that they have. We love to invest alongside the commercial banks which work in the country. We do invest alongside EBRD. That's why many of our clients are joint clients.
Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. And I will move smoothly to our next speaker, Evgeny Risovich from MAIB Bank. Evgeny has spent 7 years as equity analyst, latterly at RBC Capital Markets, and he started his career at KPMG, where he gained experience across various different industries: banking, insurance, manufacturing, aviation, mining, and retail. He holds an MBA from INSEAD, and he is the FCA designation as well. So, Evgeny, can you? I have prepared 3 questions. We'll try to go quickly to make interesting the answers also for our audience. If you can tell us, because the locals, they know who MAIB is, maybe if you can tell us very brief an intro to MAIB. If you can bring the microphone a little bit closer, try again. Press the button. Okay. No.
Oh, it's working. Perfect. Thank you very kindly, Vyacheslav. Thank you, Invest Moldova, for inviting MAIB to this impressive forum. I'd like to greet the esteemed audience. Most importantly, I'd like to greet my fellow panelists. Just an interesting fact here, we work with Alexandru and Galina on many projects. They lend us a lot of money. They're both indirect shareholders in MAIB. So I'll be very careful because, you know, they effectively pay my salary. I'll be very careful what I say. So for the locals, probably no need to explain what MAIB is. It's on every trolleybus, everywhere, all the ATMs are MAIB. But maybe for foreign investors, I'll just briefly introduce. MAIB is the largest bank in Moldova. We give out about 40% of all loans to businesses in Moldova. Our total assets are just a little over 2 billion euros. Our largest shareholders is a consortium that comprises EBRD, Horizon Capital, which is a private equity investor, and Invalda, which is an asset manager from the Baltics. In terms of our offering, it's straightforward commercial bank. We give out loans to businesses, to individuals. We take deposits. We provide payment solutions, all sorts, electronic payments, POSs. We have the largest network. Basically, in every category, we are over a third of the market. That's very briefly what MAIB is.
Thank you. I expected, but now you brought it even higher. Thank you. And I don't know, the local audience probably know that MAIB is the first bank that is very active with the IPO or getting an IPO. What is the status on that? Did you finalize your process? If I'm not mistaken, this is the stock exchange in Bucharest, but if you can tell a little bit more details.
Yes, thanks for the question, Vyacheslav. So on the IPO, I am restricted legally from
Tell us what you can.
Some requirements, yes. So I will go over what's in the public domain. Now, MAIB has declared some time ago that we intend to list on an international stock exchange. Our shareholders last year in December have given us permission to list on Bucharest Stock Exchange, so you're right. In terms of our preparation, we've done quite a lot of investor education about Moldova, about us. Our focus was not direct investors, but rather portfolio investors of the highest quality, both Romanian pension funds, European, various European funds, as well as frontier market investors from the UK, US, and others. Despite all the economic challenges, the geopolitical challenges, they look at Moldova as the next success story. So I can echo what Alexandru said. There's a lot of interest, despite all these challenges, a lot of interest in Moldova. And these are private money. These are not public money. These are private funds that are looking to invest in Moldova. Now, in terms of our preparations, we indeed started the preparation work almost 2 years ago. What that includes is compliance with a lot of the rules of the Bucharest Stock Exchange, best practices, and I can say safely that for a year and a half, we operate as if we are a listed company. So we comply with all the corporate governance rules, compliance, transparency, reporting, etc. Now, however, we are not listed yet, and the big point here I have to make is that in order for our IPO to work, there's a piece of Moldovan banking legislation that needs to change. Specifically, this is legislation that dictates that all the large shareholdings in banks over 1% have to be pre-approved by National Bank of Moldova. And there's also some very stringent notification requirements. This is not really compatible with being listed on a stock exchange with the liquidity there. So we are working very diligently with all the relevant parties to ensure the stability of the banking system if and when this legislation change happens.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very impressive. And I think we'll overcome all these legal barriers. And my next question would go, we know that all the smaller real estate, international real estate stakeholders, despite the fact they might have enough resources, they want to share the risk. So anyway, they're looking for getting the money. So we know MAIB is very active in lending for the real estate. If you can tell us the trends in this perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yes, indeed, MAIB is very active in the real estate market. We don't break down by commercial, non-commercial real estates, but I have prepared some statistics on the collateral, and collateral shows you what we lend against. So our real estate collateral portfolio is 20 billion Moldovan lei. Half of it is non-residential, so it's very sizable. It's a very large chunk of the Moldovan banking system. 65% of that is centered around Chisinau. So it's really the Chisinau is the hub for all the real estate lending. Now, in terms of the recent trends, 2022 was a difficult year. There was a very pronounced slowdown. We saw a lack of consumer confidence, lack of business confidence. There was, of course, high inflation. Of course, there was a very high interest rate, base rate peaking at 21%. Obviously, the war in Ukraine did not help, and we saw a very pronounced slowdown. Now, this year, I'm very happy to report that last 2 consecutive quarters, our real estate lending grew by 2.5% quarter over quarter. So not year over year, but quarter over quarter, which tells us that we might see double-digit growth by the end of the year. And we really see the consumer confidence recovering. And I think the real estate specialist in the audience will attest to the maybe recent growth in prices in all segments of the real estate market.
Impressive. What should a new customer or corporate customer expect from MAIB? I don't know if there is. I believe you have many among the audience, but what should a new one expect from the bank?
Yes, thanks for this, and I will just give you a brief overview. Moldovan legislation when it comes to KYC AML, which is Know Your Client and anti-money laundering, is very robust in order to ensure the stability of the banking system, in order to eliminate any risk of bad actors in the system. The requirements are very strict for new clients. So if you're a foreign investor looking to invest, when you come to a bank, you will be asked a package of documents, maybe a larger package of documents than in another country, but this is for our own good, and we as MAIB, we try to adjust our relationship processes in order to make this as painless as possible. We have integrated these KYC checks into our automated database checks, so in SME division, it takes 10 minutes for most cases to be verified across these KYC databases, which is a very welcome innovation for our potential clients. Now, if you have foreign founders, this is a little bit more complicated. We need to run the checks on some foreign KYC databases, but we still aim to resolve the client onboarding within 1 day. And in the most difficult cases, it's up to 3 days. So that's something you need to be aware of. In terms of ongoing payments, there's also some documentary requirements. You need to demonstrate that the payments are legitimate, who the payees are, and what MAIB has implemented is a live support system whereby you can contact live our support teams either by phone or online via our internet solution, and 85% of the ongoing queries are resolved immediately. And if they're not resolved immediately, they're escalated and returned within 3 hours or within 1 day. So that's kind of an overview, little bit of advertising for MAIB if we need it, but yeah, thanks.
Okay, and about transformation, we hear about digital transformation, and everybody nowadays is very busy with that. MAIB, I think, is not an exception. If you can shortly, because I see that the prompter is just giving us the countdown time.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, the time is ticking, I can see it. So in terms of transformation, you're right, we have launched a very ambitious transformation, transforming our internal processes, but most importantly, transforming our approach to client. We try to create touch points with the client whereby our clients will feel comfortable, will make their decision to return to us very easy. So, for example, in real estate, I will tell you one digital initiative that we had. Probably some of those in the real estate business know about it. We launched a marketplace called Casa Hub, where developers, real estate agents, but also private sellers can list their properties. Most of those are residential real estate, but you can also list non-residential. You can let it, you can sell it, whatever. It's a very visible platform that MAIB promotes very heavily. We launched a mobile app. This idea is not ours. We have looked at best practices. We looked at Kaspi Bank in Kazakhstan, which did an amazing job. We looked at some other examples, and we came up with this system. It's growing in popularity. We have about 80,000 unique users per month. Considering it's not been around a little over a year ago, these are very impressive numbers. If you haven't tried it, I encourage you to do it. So that's very briefly on one of our digital initiatives. There's a lot of other digital initiatives. We have full online onboarding for clients now. We have mortgage consultation over video calls. So these are a few things that's worth mentioning about my.
Thank you. I have one more question, but Alex wants to comment shortly on something. Please,
Thank
Alex.
you. Yeah, well, it could have been at the end, but it's good. It's probably also as a word of encouragement also towards the smaller projects. Was like smaller projects were mentioned that shouldn't and must happen. Moldova is a developing country. There are many SMEs. So from this perspective, I would like to say, and from the smaller amount that we try to work with, is that we try to be additional on the market, and we do channel a lot of funds directly to investors, but also we work through local banks. So risk sharing was mentioned earlier. We work together with MAIB. We have this risk sharing facility, and under such instruments, we can join forces and support lower, let's say, amount projects that MAIB, for example, would like to promote, or transparent banks that are currently EBRD partner banks and have such a risk sharing facility. We could also support their projects. So just to give a flavor that we try to also help directly investors, but also through local, good, transparent banks to risk sharing facilities or credit lines. Just as a last word from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. And I cannot stop at not asking Evgeny one more question. We know that they are a big bank with very nice working conditions, but what in your opinion is the best office within MAIB? Because you are everywhere. Wherever you look, you see MAIB.
Yes, thanks. It's another opportunity to plug MAIB. So not just within MAIB, but the best office space in Moldova is 127 31 August Strada. It's right in front of the park. The building name is MAIB Park. Please note it in your calendars. This is MAIB's new headquarters. It's state-of-the-art. It's like Google in San Francisco. Same thing. The official opening is on the 29th of September. Please put it in your calendars. Come up to me later. Yes. So Galina is coming. I hope Alex. I saw your reply. I hope Alex, you're coming too.
No, we saw the impressive building. Whenever we walk around the park is excellent, very nice. So distinguished guests, I hope that we managed just to describe in time, because now I see 000. The offer is quite large, from the smaller to the bigger projects, and whatever appetite an investor might have, you can be accommodated with anything within the borders of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you so much, distinguished guests, and let us give a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, now it's working. Okay, we have a 20 minutes break. Let us meet, now is 14:18. Let's meet at 14:40. Please, thank you. Let's enjoy a coffee. Thank you.
Dear guests, stimați oaspeți, welcome to Industrial and Logistics Real Estate Panel within the third edition of the Real Estate Forum of Moldova 2023. And I would like to welcome our dear panelists and to say greetings to our online and offline audience and guests. Actually, on the same stage, and regional companies and institutions that could be of help in order to better understand the trends and opportunities of the industrial real estate in Moldova. Sorry. And in this respect, I would like to introduce our dear speakers that dedicated their time, their ideas, and their actually dedication to share their experience, their personal experience in real estate, and their company's experience. And in this respect, I would like to introduce Mr. Alexander Balabanov, which is the General Director of AIM Invest. Please greet Mr. Alexander. Thank you, Mr. Alexander, for being with us. Also, next to me is Andrei Kupcha, which is the CEO of Comsalis Group, one of the pioneering companies in industrial engineering and industrial real estate in Moldova. Please greeting me, Mr. Kupcha. Next is Mr. Daniel Moise, which is the General Manager of RAP Group from Romania, and we'll find more in detail why RAP Group is one of the most relevant players in the field. Please welcome Mr. Moise. Also, we have Alexandru Țurcan, which is the founder partner of Țurcan Kazak law firm. I have a quite long bio of Mr. Țurcan, but in this respect, we will introduce more details when it will be the case to present the company. And thank you, Alexandru, for being with us. And also, the last but not the least, we have Alexandru Kovalchuk from Schal Park, which is a relevant player in industrial engineering and construction in Moldova. Please welcome Alexandru. You have a quite supporting team here, Alexandru, as far as I understand. Okay, thank you, dear audience and dear speakers. And actually, we will start by saying that the actual context is quite challenging. And just let's review the last year when we encounter some highly crisis related to energy, related to inflation, related to regional conflicts in neighboring Ukraine. But also, this year finds us more prepared and ambitious than ever, because we want to get closer and closer to EU standards, to EU practices, and generally to get closer to high standards in every and each sector. And in this respect, we actually are very interested in understanding how we can cope with trends and opportunities in industrial real estate, because real estate, and especially industrial zone and logistics zone, is the best and the most related to business, related to production. If offices is a kind of home for businesses, okay, for BSO or BSS, it can be also providing space, but in case of industrial, it's the very operational side of our business. And in this respect, we are very eager to understand how the regional industrial real estate, especially our friends from Balkans and the closest neighbors and friends from Romania, are dealing with the current crisis, and how this crisis or this opportunity, if we can take it as that, is dealing at the regional level, at the country level, and what positive practices can we engage, follow, and actually apply here in Moldova. So in this respect, I'll give the floor to Mr. Alexander Balabanov, which is, let's say, a very skilled professional in industrial construction, business consulting, software solution, and financial products. And actually is the managing partner and creative business director of AIM Group, which actually is skilled in industrial real estate, software industry, and is a master of law focused in business law. So actually we will touch points not only and every related to industrial real estate and development, but maybe related to opportunities and the context of your region and your country. So Mr. Balabanov, you have the floor, and why AIM Group is a relevant and reliable partner in your region. What can you say about this? Thank you.
Cornel, thank you very much for the great introduction. I haven't been introduced like this for a very long time. So, what I can say about AIM is that we've developed a professional skill to understand the needs of the industrial clients, the people who do process in their factories, and also to bridge that with the needs of the governments and to create this environment where everybody will be involved in a correct way, and the business will be properly established, the people will be happy to work in these places, and also the governments will be happy with the growth of the economy and growth of their people in the municipalities and where the actual factories and logistics centers are.
Okay, but some initial trends that you follow, let's say, in the region. Do you see some specific dynamics in the Balkans, for example, in industrial real estate, where we have to engage our efforts or our attention in 2023?
Yes, so I would talk a little bit on industrial real estate and also on logistics. I think on the industrial real estate side, the Balkans is a very attractive location. People come right now with this worldwide circumstances. They want to be closer to, let's say, their clients, mainly in Europe. So suppliers are trying to establish their factories near shoring, so to be able to produce efficiently, so to have skilled labor, to have people who will receive this knowledge, who will understand the processes, and can produce real products on the European continent. So the Balkans has an advantage on this topic. And on the logistics topic, it's very interesting that e-commerce is developing more and more, which in Western Europe is quite developed, also in US. But on the Balkans and on Eastern Europe is in development, where governments with their laws will maintain this and support this initiative, that products will flow from the online markets, and this will create a very big impact on the logistics real estate.
Okay, very interesting. So in this respect, let's say compared with 2 years ago or 3 years ago, you have a diverse portfolio of clients in this respect. And can you tell about or even teach us a kind of pitch for this investment, I don't know, buying persona or investment persona you wanted to attract investment? Is there a specific pitch in attracting these potential partners from your side for AIM?
From my side, I think that the thing that investors want to hear is that the business can flow easily. Means that there will be local support from local suppliers, there will be qualified skill force, and there will be support from the government mostly in easing the administrative procedures, in doing everything right, but in an efficient way, so that everybody can do everything fast and can succeed in their goals.
Okay, but yeah, it's fine. And in this respect, the Republic of Moldova has to, let's say, to understand the more soft skills than hard skills in this respect, I think.
With soft skills, it starts. So the soft skills is the moment when you will understand which are the struggles of the people that maybe they had it in the past and they want to overcome now. And then with understanding of these problems, you create the solutions which are implemented mostly in the legal system. Also, the banking system is a very big aspect of real estate. So this circle of easiness in the law and support from the local and international financial institutions can create an atmosphere of very good development.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. And another more thing very interesting will be related on positive practices that Moldova can bring or borrow from our neighbors and our friends from Balkans. Can you share some cases or examples that could be of as a positive practice imported here in Moldova in this respect?
For AIM Group, we have a positive practice in North Macedonia, in the Balkans. So there we managed to develop a business ecosystem which works properly in correlation with the governments, with international corporations who are willing to come and to take the first steps into a new country. And AIM, as a developer of international and of industrial and logistics real estate, we can support financially, also technically, the international corporations who want to extend their business into a new field. So in this way, as we've done it in North Macedonia, we can also do it in Moldova.
Okay, thank you. And in this respect, what will be your message for central or local institutions in attracting industrial or facilitating attracting industrial real estate, and your message for businesses being involved or starting being involved in industrial business? What do you think?
My message would be the doing business to be as easy as possible, the people to be as educated as possible, to be the young people to be motivated to learn. So to be brave to enter into new adventures in the industries, to learn new technologies, and because at the end of the day, it's the people who are the companies. We can bring the equipment, build the buildings and the machines, but the people are the ones who will actually create the value. So I would say the main message is everybody who is willing to participate, to be motivated to learn.
Thank you on these positive messages, and let's greet the positive attitude of Alexander. And if you have some questions from the offline audience, nevertheless, we will let this chapter at the end of our panel. And in this respect, I think we deserve applause with these positive ideas. What do you think? Thank you, Alexander, for sharing these ideas. And our next speaker and panelist is Mr. Andrei Kupcea, which is CEO of Comsalis Group. And we do know Comsalis Group as one of pioneering companies in industrial real estate. And namely, Andrei has over 70 years of experience managing industrial engineering projects and handling very complex projects across the country and dealing with new endeavors and new challenges. And we know actually Comsalis from our previous projects, where we met Comsalis team in doing actually real estate profiles and interviews. And at that time, 2 years ago, we understood that the company is not only an engineering company, but is a company that innovates actually. And this is very important. And I assume Andrei will share some knowledge, some competences about the Comsalis Group in his presentation. And Andrei, the floor is yours, and you are welcome to share the profile and whatever you want positively about Comsalis Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Cornel, for the introduction. So I will try to introduce a little bit Comsalis Group. Maybe some of us heard something about our company, but I will try to be short. So, as we mentioned, Comsalis Group is founded in 2006, but initially it was a small construction company which provided separate construction services. Now Comsalis Group is a little bit more than a simple construction company. It has still his own steel structures factory, a weighting system factory, design department, precast concrete factory, modular building factory. Since 2018, we have a representative in Romania, and since 2019, we have the development activity as well. So, as area which cover ComSales Group, the most of our products are designed for local market, but some of them are available in Romania, especially steel structures, our truck scales, and modular buildings more known as steel box. Our design department covers biggest area. We have clients from Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Ukraine, Romania, Czech Republic, and recently United States. So today's ComSales Group is certified with all certificate standards in the field. All our products are certified CE, which makes them eligible to European Economic Area without restrictions. For clients, this means that they can enjoy the same quality, environmental protection, safety as in all European Economic Area. Today's topic is real estate. We are young in this activity, only 4 years. But till today, we have realized project with a total area 18,400 square meters, and we have another 15,000 square meters designed and ready to start the construction, and a lot of another plans, which is too early to announce. Excuse me. Industrial and logistic real estate. First of all, I would like to define it a little bit simpler. We don't like difficult things in ComSales Group. We try to talk closer to people. We in ComSales Group define the industrial and logistic real estate as a house for the business. And when we talk about the suitable house, we understand that it must meet certain criteria. It must be comfortable for tenants, be sufficient spacious, have an attractive appearance, be energy efficient, ecological, have a low maintenance cost, and many other. But I would like to show you how we in ComSales Group approach things. In our daily activity, we use a lot of charts. On all that charts, there are different signs meaning different things, but one sign is the most important. This is this chart. Oh. This is a client. He is the king, and all we do is to make the king happy. And I intentionally will keep this slide on screen all the next speech, because this slide is the most important. So, from our point of view, the key of success and future of each activity is in products and services designed to make clients happy. Real estate is not an exception. While some developers try to design standard buildings with huge heights, in ComSales Group we face the fact that clients need something else. Each client tends to have a very customized space adapted to his technological and logistic processes specific for his business. Every client wants the space that he uses to be a real home for his business. And it doesn't matter is it rented or is it owned. So, how does the client get the space? How he gets the space which suits him perfectly? Or better said, how do we make the businesses feel at home? If the space is built anew for the existing clients, everything is simple. An experienced design team specialized in industrial and logistic real estates, such as Comsales Group, can easily identify the client's needs and elegantly transform them into a technical project executed in BIM technology, which includes everything necessary for construction. After that, the Comsales Group construction department can easily transform the project into a real construction of a high quality. But very often the client doesn't have enough time to wait until the construction space is built. The reason can be various, starting from the desire to launch a new product on the market as soon as possible and ending with the reorganization of logistic chains due to the war in the neighboring country. In fact, the war in Ukraine in general turned many things upside down and made us to look different at many things. The similar feeling we had when COVID started. A lot of clients stopped their investments, but for others, it created business opportunities. Is it certain that things change very quickly, and we must always be available with all our competences to support clients with their interest in order to provide them with everything necessary to the implementation of their ideas? How can we approach things? In this rush to build standard buildings, we are moving away from the needs of future clients. So this isn't a proper solution. In Comsales Group, we solve it differently. In addition to customized building, we developed the concept of flexible building, that being already designed or even built are still easy to customize. In this way, the client gets his space ready to use in a very short time. More than that, the concept of flexible building provides the possibility of rapid adaptation of spaces of the client's new requirements even during using. In this way, the client's business still feels at home. So, we invite all of you to Comsales Group to see how we approach things, what means the customized building, what means the flexible buildings, and how Comsales Group can be useful for you and your business.
And how we get a crown, actually, also.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrei. And one more question will be related to the current context of the business environment. How Comsales perceive the current context? Does your portfolio change? Does the client's requirements change? What is the main trends now in industrial real estate, as you see as a provider? Thank you.
In my opinion, the current situation is very unstable. All investors try to act with caution. We have high bank rates. We see that foreign investors tries to stay on the safe side and to look how evolves the situation with the war in Ukraine. In fact, the entire market operates almost with own funds and take risks. This is the situation as is.
This is the mention, but we are still positive and doing what we are engaged to do. So developing projects proposing new approaches and so on and so forth. And from our side, it's encouraging what Comsalis Group is actually doing in this respect. And we thank you for the best feedback we can get from our clients. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Andrei.
Thank you.
And dear audience, actually, we got the presentation of Mr. Balabanov finally, and we will ask the engineering team to project it. And Mr. Balabanov will try in a 2-minute speech present the AIM competences and profile. Colleagues, please project the presentation of Mr. Balabanov. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will be very fast in presenting the AIM group. I'll try to show you more and speak less. So first of all, thank you very much to Cornell, to the organizers, Invest Moldova, and the National Association of Real Estate Investors who invited us to this panel. I'll try to be as fast as possible. As I said, AIM is a build-to-suit developer of industrial and logistics real estate. What we do is understand the real needs of the clients, means engineering financially, and also support their engagement in a new country, together with the people that they need and also with the government that they need to collaborate. So in that way, we can bring industry leaders to new countries as we did it in Macedonia. Our funds are European-based as a company. We invest our own capital, but also have strong support from international financial institutions. So for the local economies is important and very encouraging that new capital flows in their society. Means their construction companies are paid and people have new places to work and new businesses to develop. As the previous panelists said on panel 1 and panel 2, ESG is a very big, is very big at the moment. So also we try in our designs and in the execution to be as ESG as possible. Means we use the most energy efficient materials, designs, we introduce renewable energy sources in the energy consumptions of our clients, and also try to be as social as possible, to have social awareness in the communities where we develop. This is a short project of I won't speak. You can just see it's a new project starting in North Macedonia. I want to show you with this that the way how AIM approaches a new community with building a complete solution for companies that can find their home, as Comsalis Group said, and have a successful business in their new endeavors. As I said before, international corporations need a lot of support locally in the country where they enter, especially if it's a new country. That means we as a group try to understand their needs technologically and financially and bridge that with the government. At the moment, we have the positive experience with North Macedonia, where we've managed to bring in investments and have success in developing new areas which previously were nothing into very good industrial spaces and parks. For the development of the country, also important as GDP goes up, as new capital goes into the country, new workforce is employed and new products are created. Job creation, we've created around over 2,500 jobs in North Macedonia. We try to replicate that in every new country that we can start. This is an example of the project where we started. As you can see, we developed it from zero to final production. Thank you very much. So
Thank you,
we've
Alexander.
developed
Thank you.
over 100,000 square meters of industrial real estate, and we tend to do more.
And we could do the same for Moldova. Are you AIM for a bright future?
Are you aiming for a bright future?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next panelist is Mr. Daniel Moise, which has over 20 years of experience in managerial position in construction sector, foreign and Romanian companies. And we'd like to greet Mr. Moise and to find out more about RAP Group. Welcome, Mr. Moise, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation for Invest Moldova and authorities and all the organizers of this event. So I'm very glad to be here. And I would like to say also, bună ziua și îmi pare bine că suntem aici. I will try to summarize somehow 30 years of experience in only few slides. I don't want to bore you, but I think that because we are for the first time here in Chișinău, in Moldova, maybe it's interesting for you just to find out a few key figures about us, about our experience, about our projects. Briefly, RAP Group has been founded in 1992, so we have more than 30 years of experience. We work around 40 countries. We reached 60 million turnover last year. We have more than 500 employees. And the idea of our group is to bring engineering solution together. What means? For example, if a client wants to invest, wants to develop a project, we want to come from the initial moment just to sit together with him, to understand the needs, to put on the paper, which means that to make the design, to try to accomplish all the requirements about, I don't know, building dimension, utilities, power, logistic, everything. And based on our experience, we can offer now a complete package for the project. What means complete? Because this is, how to say, a strong point of our group of companies. Complete means that we can offer for a project everything for the green field till the key, which means that we can do the design, we can do the construction, we can do the installation, we can do also the installing of machines, we can relocate from different countries if a client from other country want to come. And we can install the machines and we can give the key, the turnkey, let's say, to the client. We have many companies in the group, but related to this event, the important companies are the general contractor companies, process engineering, installation, and investment. I don't want to go through all these numbers. Who is interested, who can find, we send the presentation. But you should understand and you should retain that we have a very big experience in this field and in many countries. We offer complete services of project management, site management, with everything what this means, human resources, budget planning, time scheduling, EHS figures and so on. We have a word that the client has his own business, we have our business. And it's important for the client to be focused on his business and to be to have trust in us that we deliver in time, in budget, a correct and complete building. I don't have a movie. We have movies, but unfortunately I didn't put here. But I want to congratulate our colleague for the very impressive project in Macedonia. We have similar experience in Romania, and not only in Romania. We develop industrial parks. We worked with many multinational companies, Austrian, German, US companies, and Dutch companies, and many others in different type of industries, in pharma, in food industry, in chemical, in textile industry, tobacco industry, and so on. You can see only some photos, some examples of our works. We have a very long list of references, but I think it's not so interesting for you now. What I want to highlight that we are here to find some opportunities. We are here because I remember a few months ago, Igor said, "Why do you not coming to Moldova to see that we have lands, we have possibilities, we have opportunities, we support all of this?" And I said, "Okay, I'm coming." So I am here. And I encourage you, after this conference, if you have questions, if you want to contact us, if you have, I don't know, business proposition for us, we'll be glad to talk with you.
Thank you, Daniel. And actually, one of my questions was related to if Moldova could be or is on your map. And actually, you have already answered this question, that you are here for business intelligence.
I didn't. I need to.
Please explain. Please develop this.
So last night I spent more than 3 hours with Andrei talking like two old friends about this construction industry, and we saw that we found many similarities between how we develop a project in Romania and how is the developed project here. And I strongly believe that Moldova has a big potential for the investors, and if they decide to come, even if they come from Western Europe or Central Europe, we can work together, and my idea is to work together with local companies to support each other, because we had some example of, we developed buildings in Bulgaria, for example, and starting from nothing, we had a successful project also in Germany and so on. And I know that everything is possible only with the local support and local collaboration. And also, if some companies from Moldova wants to come to Romania, will be the same. So we can work together also there.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. And actually, the Real Estate Forum is a place not just to share experience, but actually to initiate some potential projects. And we're glad that you are starting talking, which is a starting point in this aspect. Let's greet Daniel with a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. And our next speaker, we know actually Alexander Tsurkan, which is a partner and founding partner of Tsurkan Kazak law firm. And we know that actually Alexander has a lot to share, being a business lawyer, founding and managing partners of Tsurkan Kazak law firm, and actually being a co-founder and board member of the European Business Association in Moldova, and recently elected as a dean of the Chisinau Bar. And actually, we would like to ask Alexander about the recent trends and let's say the challenges that could face the potential investors here in Moldova. Maybe an exercise of best worst cases, if it's the case, and just to review and to understand how a potential local or foreign investor here in real estate is coping with what kind of opportunities and challenges, and what Tsurkan Kazak could be of help in this respect. Thank you, Alexander, for being with us, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Cornel. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here. Today's topic is industrial estate. We are going to speak about more boring issues, the legal issues of it was really exciting for me to watch the presentations. I like to see buildings being built. Generally, I would like to see activity in the market. We have to acknowledge there is a slowdown right now. The slowdown started, mean, started during COVID and then it kind of transitioned into the war in Ukraine. These things slow things down. However, we have to keep in mind one thing. The Moldova has been granted very recently European Union candidate status, which traditionally for all countries in Eastern Europe has attracted more a lot of investment in, particularly in all sectors, but particularly industrial real estate. Despite the other factors that have slowed down the process, we have actually seen interest from early investors in the current period. Investors are looking at office spaces and office space developments. Investors are looking in hotel infrastructure. Traditional investors, we have large European companies doing nearshoring activities based in Moldova. We see some of these companies, some of these clients expanding their industrial facilities. One of the reasons for expansion, by the way, is relocation of some factories from the east towards Moldova. We see some of the local industrial players increasing their production output, which requires additional growth of space. And all these things, they make this sector much more interesting and promising. We also keep, I mean, one of my recent observations was that because foreign investors are still quite cautious when it comes to Moldova, and particularly for the reasons of the war in Ukraine, we see more activism from the part of the local investors. The local investors who have been sitting and collecting cash basically during the COVID period and during last year, the first year of the war in Ukraine, now they realize they have to do something. I mean, they more or less are used to the situation. They see opportunities because there are properties for sale, I'm talking about industrial properties, and they realize that this is probably a good time to buy. So some of them are negotiating transactions right now, some of them are pretty advanced in the deals, some deals have been closed, and we are going to see new developments in commercial real estate and in industrial real estate in the coming years. I mean, we will not see this now because this is maybe there's low visibility on these projects, and investors are not really not running to announce these things, but this is happening. When we talk about legal aspects of investing in real estate, we have to keep in mind that the legislation here is pretty liberal. You can pretty much do anything you want as long as all parties agree. In other words, if you're a solo foreign investor, you can invest on your own. You do not need to have necessarily a local partner. If you have a local partner, great. You can invest together with a local partner. You can buy land. As a foreign investor, as a local investor, of course you can buy land, but as a foreign investor, you can also buy land. The only restriction that exists applies to farmland, but today we're not talking about farmland. So when we say that industrial investments in industrial infrastructure are flexible, they are. Sometimes, let's take this building. We are here on an industrial site. 50 years ago, the city was much smaller. And on the side of the city, the government built a tractor plant. Now, this is on the side of this tractor plant. Now we are inside, in the middle of a city. Now, industrial real estate is not really being developed within the city. So when we're talking about smaller towns in other parts of in other areas or in industrial areas of cities, building is, securing rights and getting urbanist certificates and construction permits is not that complicated. I mean, whenever you are doing a hotel project or an office project, and investors tend to do these in the center of town where there are some restrictions where it comes to rules regulating construction in historic zones, where you have a high density of real estate, where you have to keep in mind the interests of your neighboring properties. These are the usual constraints, and as an investor, you have to try to factor all these aspects in. Sometimes whenever we talk about developing projects in city centers, securing rights to land can be a challenge. Oftentimes we see investors buying buildings and the buildings do not own land underneath. The laws here, starting 4 years ago, say that a building is part of a land. This is a new concept we are used for here forever, that different parts of that real estate could be different. Somebody can own land, somebody else can own the buildings. One can own one building on the same land, somebody else can own another building on the same land. Now the new system says that on your own land, if you're the owner, you should have your own buildings. And if you let somebody else build on your land, then you have to establish specific rights. You have to agree on certain things. These things are called superficies, and in that case you do negotiate an agreement with the owner. The agreement is limited to 99 years, and you can regulate things and you can regulate payments. We have a legal basis for this kind of structures, but we notice, and at least from our experience, we rarely see superficies investment projects. Clients tend to acquire ownership, and real estate is still quite affordable, considered to be quite affordable here. So investors prefer to secure a title to the land if they can. If they cannot, let's say they only secure title to the building and the building is located on like government land or third-party land, then they would have to negotiate some sort of arrangement with the landowner. These things you have to keep in mind. Generally, whenever investing in real estate, I mean, lawyers are needed. We would advise, especially for larger project, industrial project, you have to look at the title to the land. If you're buying existing buildings, you have to see what is the history of these buildings. The cadastral system in Moldova is fairly reliable. For instance, whenever we working on a real estate transaction here, we can truly rely on the information that is recorded in the registries. If we're comparing with Romania, for instance, some parts of Romania, you have to really study the history of the property, the history of chains of title, and these things, my point is that these things you really do not have to do here. It's easier in some way. Deals have to be signed in front of a notary. This is common for Europe generally. This is common here. Usually on deals, on larger deals in real estate, both parties have lawyers, and they negotiate some sort of an arrangement for making the investment. Whenever investing in let's say in a regional project somewhere outside, it's important to have a communication with the local authorities, because the local authorities are going to be the ones who will, and it's important to have that communication before making the acquisition, to have an idea of whether they will accept to have the project in this particular area. Also, when we speak about industrial in terms of production, so we talk about factories, and we see quite a number of foreign investors here building factories that employ thousands or even tens of thousands of people. You need to have a workforce. That's another aspect. That's an important, in some ways, also a legal aspect, because that also implies that an investor who intends to invest in real estate, he needs legal help in the area of real estate, but also in the area of labor law, that becoming really an important part of the operational activities. One mechanism of investing in real estate, in industrial real estate, that we know is public-private partnerships, so-called PPPs, where the government, for instance, would allow a third party, a developer, to build, to operate, and later to surrender title to the object. We have some legislation governing this. This is all provided for, But again, from my experience and from what we see on the market, investors try to, these things are infrequent, that's my point. It's infrequent, and investors really are trying to first secure title to the property in order to have some sort of stability and perpetuity. Otherwise, my general recommendation would be for investors from the region to pay more attention to our market, as we are offering a lot of potential since, and this is even visible for those visiting, there's so much to build and so much to develop here that there's work for tens of years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. I actually, yeah, I just wanted to ask for applause because actually I have no more questions for Alexander. He managed to cover these questions, and we really appreciate the high expertise and actually the insights that are not purely law or legal insights, but are very, very close related to understanding of the business, and we really appreciate it. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you. And we have the last but not the least panelist, which is Alexandru Kovalchuk, project manager of Astral Park. And we know that Alexandru has a presentation about the Astral Park, and we are eager to know what is Astral Park actually, and what do you have to know about Astral Park. Thank you, Alexandru, for being with us, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Pointer, please.
Here you are.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alexander. I'm project manager of Astral company, and would like to tell a few words about the company. Our company works in two fields of business. First field, and important, is we make construction from sandwich panels for companies, for local companies who want to invest in Moldova, and for foreign companies who also open here their divisions. Our second field of business is industrial park that we have built a few years ago, and each 2 years we build new spaces. From our history, a few foreign and famous local companies has already chosen working with us, and I guess many of these brands, many of these companies you already know, and you can see it here. It's Orange, it's Linela, OM, and many others companies that are growing together with us. I would like to tell you about a few benefits working with us. One of the important points is that we have our own construction company that allows to the clients minimize construction costs, and working directly with us, we can provide you one of the best price offers on the market. Also, we have a quite big land in our property, and in this land we can offer or building a warehouse according to requirements of the clients, or taking in rent already existing warehouse. One of the also important points is transport accessibility. On the next slide I will show where exactly our industrial park is located.
Do you have a video? No?
We have video, unfortunately I haven't had it in presentation. For the next presentation I will do it.
Great.
So one of important points and benefits working with us is speed of decision making that we have in our company. In our company we don't accept any bureaucracy, and we would like to work directly with our clients, with our tenants, and if appear any question or any changes, we react very fast to this to this request from our clients. A few characteristics about our industrial park. I can tell it, but I guess it's better you will receive it after today's forum from our presentation. And here our industrial park. I guess many of people who are here and from Chisinau have already seen our industrial park, which is located from the city gates in the direction to the airport. At the beginning of this year, despite of the fact of the quite difficult situation in our region, we decided to make construction on our territory, and until the end of this year will be constructed in total 8,000 square meters of warehouses. From this area, 4,000 square meters are already rented, and for the rest of the surface we are discussing with our future clients. Until the end of the project in a few years, the total area of the industrial park will be for 1,000 square meters, 100,000 square meters. So here's the location of our industrial park, which is very convenient for any type of client because it's very close to the city and very close to the airport and to the national railways. I would like to mention that our company is open for collaboration with new clients that want to build a new industrial construction according to the modern requirements, or if there is not enough resources, we can offer a warehouse from our industrial park that you can take in rent, or we can build it according to your requirements. The only point that need to make our client, tenant, is just to sign a contract with us by paying rental tax. That's all. And also for the future products, I guess new investors will be welcomed to working with us. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexandru. And just one question related to your future partnerships. Do you plan to build some local or international partnerships? Because, for example, here now on the stage we have potential partners from North Macedonia, from Romania. We have very competitive company as Comsales that you can view as your competitor or your partner, whatever you see. And also we have supporting business. I mean, Alexandru in representing the law in this respect. And how do you see the industrial park future opportunities and partnerships briefly? Thank you.
Well, I would like to say that we think that in our country there is a lot of potential to develop, and that show us that last year Moldova had obtained the status of a EU candidate, and also if we remember the presentation that today we had about Kaufland, from the Kaufland Felix, the Kaufland company as the pioneer of European investor in Moldovan market has opened the gates for the other investors from the European Union.
Thank you. And a message for your potential partners or even competitors in these struggling times. What will be your message in this respect?
Well, our message for our clients and our competitors, but let's say our partners, not competitors. We are a small country, Moldova. Let's go together and bring a better future in Moldova.
Thank you. We are a little more than 2 million, actually, and have to rather cooperate than actually compete. And in this respect, thank you to all of you panelists for being here in Moldova. Thank you to our guests from North Macedonia, from Romania. Thank you for local companies, for your time, for dedication and your insights. And the audience, let's greet our panelists, their insights and their efforts to present and share their experience. Thank you. Thank you to you all. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And please stay with us. The next panel is related to property technology or PropTech, which will be at least the same, interesting in order to understand how technologies are working in property management and real estate. Thank you and stay tuned. Thank you.
So, good afternoon from my side as well. My name is Ionuț Oprea. I'm a business journalist and a dedicated communicator to the real estate industry since 2010. I'm honored and thank you, Invest Moldova Agency, for having me at my first visit in Chișinău to moderate such an interesting and, I think, trend panel. Igor might raise an eyebrow because I say this, but we should have a panel dedicated to residential or focus a bit on residential. I've seen a lot of young couples just married taking pictures on the steps of the buildings. So maybe next year we can inspire them to start their lives exactly from the forum. You will see that we will discover together exactly some projects from them as well in this panel. So I hope we will have an inspiring panel with trends and technology, but also a bit of architecture, design, and future projects that we will discover together. And I'm also addressing this to our online audience. Stay tuned because you will see interesting projects. That being said, please allow me to introduce our distinguished speakers. Ms. Natalia Dubina, Project Manager, Regatta Imobiliare and Ibis Styles. Thank you for joining. Mr. Alexandrin Buraga, CEO, AB Partners. Mr. Denis Roibu, CEO, Dusk Architecture. And last but not least, Mr. Manu Lenders, CEO, ABML Architect Bureau. I thought we had one more chair as a surprise if anyone else wanted to be a speaker, but it turns out the chair was taken away. So, I promised we will be trying to inspire you. On that note, please allow me to introduce Mr. Alexandrin Buraga. He's an architect, founder and president of the Studio of Architecture and Interior Design AB Partners, the founder of Moldovan Design Week and founder of the school DCC Design. He will start our panel with a presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, today, I will answer to you for some very, very important questions about how architecture works, how we work, and what we did before. My name is Alexandrin Buraga. I'm the founder of the Studio for Architecture and Interior Design ABM Partners. So today, I want to point on the value of architecture for developing a new urban reality. The urban reality that misses in Chișinău. So from our almost 8 years experience with almost 300,000 square meters of design in architecture and interior design, with over 80 million euros investments all over the world, we've been designing programs such as restaurants, cafes, mall, shopping areas. And what I want to tell you is that the architecture is the main value of the development. How the investors trust for their investment through architecture. And we are doing an ecosystem with functions, business, community, infrastructure that have an aesthetical impact and gives opportunity to the community and to the society and to the business to grow. Because architecture gives that opportunity to develop the context. In our case, we talk about Toro Center, and we had a site that was situated pretty in a low-class, low-quality area with no personality, no individuality, and with no perspectives. There were 5 blocks that were damaged and gives us perspective that is not so impacted, not so valuable. So we meet such sites, such plots in Chisinau all over, and we call it maybe a Shanghai. How we transform a Shanghai like this into something valuable. These were the buildings that were on the site, on that plot, 5 buildings like this. And the investor, his mission was to transform this into something valuable. And through architecture, we had the mission to transform a 10,000 square meter plot into a 55,000 square meters project, depending on these principles of circulation, context, public-private relationship, and doing that through a business model of multifunctionality that keeps to run from each other. They have a relationship between, they communicate, and they are sustainable. They sustain each other otherwise to make the project a good business, a good model for the community and for the development. So that business has to work and to have the investor happy. In 2016, we had a vision like this. Nobody trusted us. So what is that in Moldova? So it looked like this. It was a first sketch that I did. So we had that plot of 10,000 square meters oriented to a park. And the context was pretty, I don't know, maybe in disadvantage. And how we transformed that disadvantage into an advantage through the volumetry, through the adaptation, through the north-south orientation, to the heights and to the circulation, and how we connected into the project those functions to work as a circle, for the user to experience that transition and to have every time the connection with the architecture, with the nature, because every time we've included in that kind of high-density buildings, some public spaces, some areas, and we had a very good result. So 55,000 square meters on a 10,000 square meters plot with 220 apartments, 13,000 square meters commercial, 1,500 square meters terrace, and 15,000 square meters of underground parking that works to complete the functions that I'm talking about. So the project was, and the design process was pretty complex. We every time tried to follow the connection between spaces from the scratch, and the building process was also so complex. We've made a perimeter structural wall to permit the underground parking on 2 levels, separate for residential and for the commercial area. And we tried to give the assistance to the developer to make 2 phases of the project. So the first one should be the residential part, so that he can sell up the apartments and to maintain the investment for the commercial part. So this was also a design thing, through the architecture. We've introduced a lot of innovation in that project. We have a bridge integrated into the project that it keeps a 25 meters wide opening. And you may ask me, why in Moldova? Why we were doing that in Moldova? And I keep saying that Moldova has a lot of business opportunities in real estate, in developing in a right manner. So we have a 35 million investment in that project that gave us, for ABM Partners, 1,003,000 euros honorary for us, and in residential cost for 2018, it was like 750 euros per square meters. In 2022, it was 1,350 euros per square meters. That means a profit margin of 50-60%, with a return of investment of 15% per year during those 4 years of construction. And in case of inflation, growth of the price for material, we have now a value of 60 million euros. I want to talk about the hybrid, what hybrid means. So we use that term in architecture for a space that has the possibility for a multifunction. So the same space can be a showroom, a restaurant, a commercial space, or an office. And it's so important that we give that opportunity through architecture, because in Moldova, we need such spaces that can reinvent. They can adapt to each function. This is the case where we had an open space in that bridge. We made some fashion walks, then some exhibitions, then some showroom, fashion showroom, and now it's our temporary office with ABM Partners because we are moving there at Toro Center. So we adapted the space. That means the hybrid in architecture. And we've inserted from the scratch a lot of function as pizza restaurants that they took in rent 1,000 square meter space because they had an underground parking there. An underground parking of the commercial space that it's in 2 floors. So we've been doing the design, and we've been doing the identity, and we inserted all that in the project. We have a spa center that yesterday was the opening. So the spa was designed to be an underground floor with openings, with natural lighting and green spaces that fulfill that space. So what you see on the screen are all the photos, real things that we have done in Toro Center. And the main thing, the terrace, the rooftop terrace that it is now used as a park that connects the office building with the commercial and residential in the same time, and also offers the users opportunity to walk, to have a walk, to watch the sunset. And for those 220 apartments and their users, they are using those public spaces that we've designed in this connection, in this promenade. So every perspective was designed to open to something, to maintain the connection with the nature. Also the finishes on the facade there with colors that are inspired from nature. We have wooden insertions from Scandinavian locations, and also we have such perspectives with ambient lighting that probably makes Toro Center a good landmark in that area, both in daylight and night light, and gives the accent to the tower, to the office tower that opens to the main boulevard. So now the place is pretty crowded. So there are a lot of clients, a lot of users, a lot of people that's gathering there, that are working on the terrace, are using the parking, are using the spas, are using the commercial spaces. And what I want to say that though I heard stories from the neighborhood that some of the people that live in that neighborhood, they now work in Toro Center as managers, as sellers, as something else. So Toro Center, if we open the social media, now is a good point of impact on social. It's a place where people want to be, where they make photos, where they watch the sunsets, where they promote their brands and personal branding ideas and companies, so that this quality of architecture is given through this opportunity of designing the spaces that provides such an opportunity for the people, for the society. The last thing I want to talk about is the design reality, where let's invest more. So you know when you buy a car, a new car, and you have some options, you know, it's the basic cost, and then you add options, and they cost more money, some more options. So the thing is that the developer understood the potential of the project in its building process. So every time we've added some more options. Let's make a staircase, let's make a beauty space, let's make a gastro market, let's make a fountain in the public area. So all of those things were designed by us in the matter to put a higher value on the investment for the long term, for its sustainability, and to make it a more long-term, motivated, justified, and with creating a brand in which people can believe. We are doing still now. It's a sketch from yesterday, from the lobby, because we are still improving the project, and that means good architecture, that you are developing it into a matter of transforming the society, into giving the people the model how to develop in the future, how to make it right, how to transform those plots from Moldova into something, how to transform a place into a space with identity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm very proud and humbled by our audience that stayed this late to find out about new opportunities. So I want to take this moment to take one or two questions if you have for our speaker now, or if not, we continue at the end with the question session. If not, maybe I can ask one question.
Sure.
Please tell us maybe recently, because PropTech has been evolving much and a lot of investments came into this sector. How would you define PropTech? How do you see PropTech solutions used in your projects, in your activity? And how does technology help you now to create, I don't know, the projects faster or more sustainable or more future-proof?
It's a good question, thank you. We are kind of every time reinventing ourselves with using the last trends in innovation, in technology, in using that both in the design process and also in the building process. So those two processes are very connected between, and the most important thing that an architecture studio has to be adapted to that innovations, because the competition is pretty tough. And you know, who runs faster, not every time is in the first at the line, because who runs faster maybe needs some good tools for doing that. So the innovations in architecture are the main tools of improving the process of designing, the process of building, and of course the synchronization between those two processes. And also one of the questions I had to answer to another conference in Bucharest was, we're still guys preparing for designing in Meta, so it changes the whole process of thinking in designing and in architecture. So I think that innovations will be also in the first line in our future.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I was trying to use my, is there a question in the, I don't see very well because of all the lights. Please show your hand. You have a question. Okay, great. Please use the microphones.
Hello. My question is quite simple, and maybe you can make my text more short by answering my question. You were talking about architecture, design, but don't you see architecture and design as a part of a factory, as a part of a system? I mean, you've got economy, ecology, all these items which are part of not only architecture, but of the society.
Yes, indeed. So architecture responds to that needs of economics, to the manufacturing, to the establishing the trends into the using of materials, finishes, prefabricated things at the suppliers, and all of this starts to grow in the last 10, 20 years. If 20 years ago or 30 years ago the sustainability was like a marketing word, now it's not. We are trying to introduce in architecture sustainable materials, working with ecological innovations and ecological technology. So the question is how architecture would improve the saving of the planet. And the top architecture studios from all over the world, they are trying to use that model. They follow that model to save the planet through what we are building. Because we know that when we are building something, we are destroying a context, literally, or maybe not. But we are destroying the nature. How we build not destroying the nature, it's another question. So it's an important thing to be eco-sustainable and in thinking about the future.
Okay, I was trying to... Yes, please. I was trying to use my telepathic power to find out where is our pointer, but if anyone took it or knows where it is...
Here it is.
Okay, perfect. My telepathic power works. Before we conclude the first presentation, maybe one more question from me. It was a topic before about the strengths of Moldova and how it is to have a company here, to have business here, and to develop business here. Maybe from your perspective, you can tell us what it meant and how it was for you to develop business projects from here, and what opportunities do you see in the market?
We at ABM Partners, also with my partner Marco that is here, we use every time the thing to stay in the line. Because every time we're having fights with businessmen, with economics, with government, with laws, with investors, with the companies, with the builders, with the developers. So every time we need to win that fight, to stay in the line. So the thing is that our, let's say, performance here in Moldova with what I said before is produced or generated by our management system, that it is a little bit uncommon to creative industries, and maybe it's a structure, more corporate structure, that helps us to do almost 30 projects per month in design and architecture. So this mechanism is pretty complex, and we every time fight every day to maintain the quality, the position, and to make the people happy, to have that happy client. In Moldova, to perform, to have a happy client is pretty tough, and this procedure means a lot of dedication, a lot of improvement, and a lot of creative ideas that have to transform into a mechanism that creates overall a business. Because a business without a content, a true content, it's not a business. You're just selling some marketing things or some marketing ideas, but you have to show the people the space, the experience. You have to show them the true feelings of designing into an architecture or a design project.
Okay, thank you. I will try to do this from the stage, and maybe we can have an after party at the event at the new spa that we saw there, and we liked it very much. Thank you. Okay, we go further to Mr. Denis Roibu, CEO Dusk Architecture. As the Vice President and Product Strategy at his company that he also founded, he leads the development and execution of innovative solutions for the real estate and agriculture sectors in Moldova, Middle East and Africa regions. He leverages his entrepreneurial and leadership skill, as well as his extensive network and knowledge of the local market, to identify and capitalize in new opportunities, partnerships, and synergies. Let's see the presentation, and thanks for joining the panel.
Thank you, Ionuț, for having me, and I would like to thank you, Invest Moldova, for organizing this event. That was quite a long introduction, so I'll keep my presentation shorter. So at Dusk, we are trying to re-envision architecture. And doing that, we envision a world where our clients work in a well-thought workspaces, as well as live in a well-thought livable spaces. So we have our values in creativity, open communication, talent. For example, we are developing as a construction company residential as well as non-residential objects. One of non-residential development is a hotel in the city center of Chisinau. You can see it on the screen. So it's a hotel in a neoclassical style with a colonial style of the facade in white stone. It will have, it's in development right now, so it will have 72 rooms with a luxurious style interior design. As well as other 45 or more completed projects all over Chisinau city. So developing real estate is tough here in Moldova. We have a very congested market, and if we talk about PropTech, I would say that the most trendy and critical problems at the moment in PropTech is sustainability and green building. And giving a heads up, I would definitely say that our next project that's being developed right now will be a green building. But taking into consideration that sustainability should be as well in operation, we've decided to go ahead and develop a software solution in order to address this issue of sustainability, not only in construction side, but also in operation. So I would like you to meet Alfred. So Alfred is a software solution designed to provide an integrated solution for property owners, for tenants, to somehow manage the properties sustainable. So it will have different modules. One of them is the renewable energy management with energy dashboards, optimization algorithms, and ROI calculator. As well, tenant engagement modules, which will be which will have communication channels as well as gamification. So, in order to be sustainable, you have to educate people. So, it will have a module with education and resources, with case studies, tutorials, webinars, regulatory updates, and as well as community and marketplace with service listings, community forums. Potential benefits we see are unified solutions, cost savings, enhanced collaborations, continuous learning, and community building. As well, it has been contemplated as business, so business without monetization is impossible. So one of the strategies would be subscription model, marketplace, commissions, ad placements, and sponsorships. So at Dusk, we really believe that our future and the future of real estate is cognitive. So in order for it to be cognitive, you have to have software solutions that will incorporate the building and the people living or working there. when I'm talking cognitive, I don't mean smart. Smart is something reactive. What I mean is that we have to look forward into being proactive, and we have to design as well as build and operate our real estate objects that will be proactive and will somehow give solutions before they are needed. So Alfred, for example, is not only a real estate management software, but as well it is a software designed for the hospitality sector as well. So we are planning to implement it in the hotel I was showing you and telling you about. So please join us in this interesting adventure, and I'm really sure that real estate will embrace cognitive concepts and will be sustainable more and more in the future.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We haven't discussed previously, but I think I can ask, and if it's possible, you can answer. When should we expect the new hotel to be opened and to test Alfred live in action?
Sure. It is being developed at the moment. So I think in 1 year time it will open its doors, and we will integrate the first steps of this solution into it.
And just to continue our exploratory journey into how technology is changing our lives, maybe you can tell us a bit about what technologies are you integrating in the new projects? What do the clients need? What do the users search more, both in residential or HoReCa projects?
Well, for example, as I mentioned, we are in development right now, architectural development of a new residential building, and it will definitely be a green building with big terraces and as much as possible, to the extent as possible, sustainable. At the moment, I'm talking about renewable energy because we have some projects as well in the renewable energy, green planting trees all over weekend, including the terraces. So we are aboarding these concepts of green buildings and sustainable buildings to the highest potential we can at the moment. But I believe that they will evolve, and they're evolving, and it's the future. And if you're not addressing or somehow using this technology, you will stay in the past.
Okay, thank you. We try to stay on time, so we move forward to Mr. Lenders, Mr. Manu Lenders. Thanks for joining, and maybe to start our conversation, because you're active on several markets, we will go into that. Please tell us a bit about your experience, the current status of your endeavors, the projects, what determines you to develop business in this sector, and what's your view so far for Moldova?
First of all, I would like to say that I'm very pleased to be present at this forum, and I would like to express my gratitude towards two persons, Consul Luc Engelen and his beautiful wife. Although my two colleagues here made a nice presentation about architecture, I wanted to talk about PropTech, property technology, more about the IT sector. I don't want to, although I like to be in other countries and to share my knowledge, my experience with other languages, other people, other cultures. Here I wanted to talk about IT. I'm using the word IT because when I think about IT, I always think about a song from a singer, maybe you know her, Madonna, and the song is Like a Virgin, because I think we're standing nowhere. Although we've made a lot of huge steps in the past, we still have to make a lot of steps to go where we would like to go. IT is implemented in design, IT is implemented in execution, and not much these days, but IT has to be implemented in aftercare also. In design, I think it's still growing. The IT, I mean, within a few years, we will design by speaking to a computer, and he will create our houses, our wishes. He will make it for us, I guess. Execution, the same. First of all, you've got making the execution plans. It will be connected with IT, made with IT because all details are known, and you will be able to implement the correct details into your drawings. You can ask to implement ecology, economy, all these elements will be able to be realized by getting the right IT. And aftercare, I think for a syndic, it's important to keep the buildings up to date, to renovate them on time, to be up to date with the new technologies, with the new standards. And I think it's a must to use the IT for these renovations in the future. Right now, I've been confronted with it in Belgium a lot because it's a kind of new economy in Belgium, renovating buildings, because in Belgium the laws are even stronger and higher and more severe than in Moldova, Romania. And therefore it's needed to know how a building was built, that you have a kind of a PIT, post-intervention dossier, post-interventie dossier, that's Dutch, that you have a file that tells us all about the building. What I also wanted to mention is I'm a little bit afraid of IT because people who've got a little bit cultural luggage, they know George Orwell, 1984. I'm afraid that the totalitarianism, that it will take over us. We are right now making a control, we're generating a control, softwares and whatever, to make it easy for us to generate architecture, to generate buildings, societies and whatever. But I'm a bit afraid that on a certain point, this software is going to take over our control, is going to take over what we are supposed to control and to determine. And that's for me, PropTech.
And because just for the audience to understand, you can tell us a bit about the type of clients you work with and the projects you're doing?
Everybody.
Okay.
No, I mean, I can't translate the expression I'm always using in Belgium, but those who do not appreciate the small are not, don't earn the big ones. We do big projects, we do small projects, we work in different countries, something I love and like because you can share, like I told before, you can share your knowledge, your experience, your culture. It's very, it's a real challenge. We have got a company in Romania, in Bucharest, we have a company in India, maybe Moldova one day, we will see. And that's very interesting to share with other people. I'm trying to implement my knowledge, my way of working in these companies, but I'm also trying to implement their way of thinking into the offices at the site itself, because it's very important to share knowledge and culture. I mean, it's impossible to implement your way of thinking, your way of working in other countries, because these people are different. We look alike, but we are totally different. We are.
And from a business perspective, maybe you can tell us, because you underlined the importance of IT department and solutions, how much was invested in your company, in your projects for expanding the IT capabilities, and is it bringing the revenue that was estimated in the beginning Is it growing, the business is growing due to the IT and solutions you implemented?
I think so, yes. I mean, and the IT is quite general. I mean, it's quite common and likewise in the most countries. But I think that global thinking is very important, that you have to work with different people, create challenges for all the architects, for all the societies to think global. Yesterday I've heard a person telling us that a lot of Philippines are imported, if I can say it like that, in Romania, by example. Like the Romanians were imported in Belgium. It's constantly changing. That's the way of global thinking, and you have to follow it. You have to adapt, and that's, I think, very challenging.
Okay, thank you. We will get back to you with a few questions maybe later. If again, I insist that we try to be interactive, and if there are any questions from the audience, please just raise a hand and we will give you a microphone. For now, we try to go further with our schedule, and please allow me to detail and introduce Natalia Dubina, Project Manager for Ibis Styles and Regata Imobiliare in Chișinău, dedicated project manager with a strong hospitality, accounting and real estate background, skilled HoReCa project developer and consultant, offering valuable support to both small and large businesses. A multidisciplinary professional with a diverse educational background, graduated international economic relations at the Economic Academy of Republic of Moldova with a master's degree in social psychology and tourism management. We cannot wait for you to share details about how technology and new projects are even more inspiring your professional life.
Yunus, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today, I'm going to present you the biggest real estate project in the Republic of Moldova for the last 30 years. And I'm talking about Satul German. It's a city in the city, but I like to talk in numbers. So just imagine 800,000 square meters, 5,000 inhabitants, 38 buildings for 800 apartments and 800 houses, 10 social objectives, 10,000 green trees planted for the green project, and 500 job opportunities for our clients and people who are living there. Our company divided the construction stage in 3. At the moment, we are developing the hotel, fitness, tennis academy, and a couple of, and a space from the house sector. Second stage is planned for 24-26, and it will develop the shopping center, school, kindergarten, and some houses. Final stage that will take place from 26-27. It will finalize the project with a beautiful hospital, business center, church, gas station, and houses. I want to mention that this project is very valuable for us, and the investment rate at the moment consists 250 million euro. As you can see here, our project is divided into social part and residential part. I'll talk a little bit about the residential part that is made of 38 blocks with 800 apartments, large boulevards, enough parking lots, individual houses for duplexes, private residential area for premium type of houses. I want to mention that both of the places, social and residential side, will benefit of a beautiful green area with a lot of trees, beautiful selected, lakes, church, restaurants, and walking area. The infrastructure is very smart designed in order to support the concept of a 15-minute city. So you find everything you need and it matters to you and to your family in a 15 minutes distance. And I'm talking about the hotel that will open next year this time, so you are welcome to be the client or the hotel for the next forum with a capacity of 100 rooms. An international school that will have the capacity of 1,000 kids, students, the kindergarten for a minimum of 300 kids, the fitness center for 2,000 clients, the tennis courts, the tennis academy with 18 courts, and it will be available for professional and for amateurs. And of course, business center, hospital, and shopping center, it will give an added value to our project. I want to mention that our company is very focused on smart living technology. What do you think about smart infrastructure, where you have smart buildings, smart houses, smart waste management, water leak detection, smart energy, Wi-Fi, optic network, smart security, access control, video surveillance, traffic control, smart transportation, electric charging, smart parking, smart energy, smart street light, irrigation, and smart grid, smart health, and of course, smart education. A bullet point for our project is the monitoring center management. It will be a unique point that will monitor all the processes happening in our project, and it will help us to deliver fast answer to any problem created. This project has a lot of benefits, but I'll mention just a little bit of it. The infrastructure consolidated from scratch, absolutely new road and underground connection network, European quality of standards of construction, materials, and workers, social facilities in close proximity, as I mentioned about the 15-minute city concept, strategic location, twice lower population density, wide avenue, ecological street lights, and of course, smart and green way of living. Here I want to invite you to watch the evolution of our project. Please enjoy it. Satul German, you deserve to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite a significant development and investment. And just to make sure we all heard it right, you said 250 million euros?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't think we can get into the details how much is from that budget, the component for technology and tech solutions, but I'm sure that a lot of vendors or developers or IT companies, providers, would be interested to join the project. Maybe you can tell us a bit how you will select them, how do they get involved? How are you in this respect? How do you select the partners or the equipments or the technology that will be integrated in all these buildings?
Thank you, Onut. Of course, we are following the SOPs and the latest international trends. We have a special department who is selecting, has a strict criteria of selection, and we have a board of directors who is analyzing all the companies and is coming up with a perfect solution for us. Thank you.
Taking in consideration the significance of the projects and the volume of it, what kind of impact you expect for the city, for the country? Will it be, do you consider it a destination project? Do you want to promote it abroad? Maybe we can go a bit into the sales strategy. Who are the main clients for the residential component from Moldova or from other countries or from the region? How are you targeting this?
Thank you. For the moment, we're trying to build a city in the city and to bring a new standard of living in our country. So we're focused for the local consumer, but nevertheless, we're very interested in foreign investors that are calling us more and more for asking details about our project. So we're even thinking of making a branded zone for the houses and villas with the Accor companies that we already signed the contract for the hotel opening soon. So let's see in time how big this project will grow, maybe even bigger. Maybe it will be an example for other countries. I hope so. We'll put all the effort to do this.
Okay, and we saw some images and we saw some also videos from the construction works in kind of real time. Maybe you can tell us where we are at in the stage of which part of the project you're working currently on, what should be finished this year, next year?
Yes, exactly. We're working on building the hotel, Ibis Styles Chisinau. It's part of the Accor brand. It will be open next year, as I mentioned, and I welcome you all at the opening party. We're working at the same time for the tennis academy and fitness center, and a part of the residential area, and boulevards and green trees planting as well. So by next year, we'll have the hotel, fitness center, the first stage of the blocks already done.
Okay, I wish Elias was here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll need an Alfred for sure for managing all these
okay.
blocks. Yes.
Here we go. We're progressing with that. I was, maybe Elias landed and he was still watching online because he encouraged us earlier to create the stock, to create the opportunities, because the future and the investment and the development will come. On that note, maybe a final question to you all. If you want to add something, please.
Yes. Well, I have a question for our colleague from Belgium. As you mentioned, I hope we're not completely different, but just a little bit. Yeah. So can you please tell us what exact tools, software tools, do you use in your operations?
Mostly BIM related, Revit by example. We only draw in three-dimensional, and Revit connected to all the BIM explanations. That's what we use to make the calculations, to make even the three-dimensional presentations for the clients. That's our basic.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you?
The same for us. We mainly use Revit. Yeah, but I was wondering, what do you use, abroad, and taking into consideration that you have different sites in different countries. That's what.
Like I mentioned, IT is quite the same like in India, it's identically. We work on an identical IT system, or Romania, or Belgium, or France, Germany. It's all the same. I mean, the most studios and offices for architecture do use I think Revit is the most used software package.
Okay, I just got the text message saying that we are a bit over time, so thank you again for your presence, details and contribution to the event. Thank you to the organizers as well, and I encourage you to ask the question at the networking session. Please stay for the following panel about office trends, moderated by my good friend and expert Dan Zaharia. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And a round of applause for our speakers.
Okay, so we can begin. Usually this segment, the office market, was a star. Now we are the last session. Everybody is looking into this real estate segment as being a troubled one. So I'm looking forward to our speakers to tell us about their plans, about their insights, about how this industry will change. For sure, will adapt to the new hybrid, co-work, remote or on-site working. I invite on the stage Mr. Vladimir Kojuhari from Astercon, Ms. Victoria Pacalo from TT Tower, Mrs. Victoria Noni from Digital Park, Mr. Stefan Kosovan from Realist Estate Agency, and Mr. Stefan Repeshchuk from InTown. Excellent, is super. The clicker is here. Yeah. So I do require from the speakers to speed up and talk twice as fast because in maybe 40 minutes, Igor will try to make a closing arguments for this session. Please tell us more about your project and your insights in the market, please.
Bună ziua! Voi vorbi în limba de stat. Nu am mare experiență în a fi prezentator sau ceva de felul ăsta. O să încerc cumva să vă explic. Am fost invitat aici pentru un obiect deosebit care l-am finisat recent. O să încerc cumva să vă explic careva detalii, pentru că nu sunt sigur ce anume exact, ce așteptări aveți la mine. Astercon. Bun venit acasă. Denumirea soția, sloganul eu. Dar muncesc numai eu. Bine. Uităm. 14 ani de experiență, înființat în 2008, creat în 2008, peste 100.000 de metri pătrați în portofoliu, 12 complexe locative, peste 3.000 de metri, peste 3.000 de apartamente. În prezent avem în derulare, în dezvoltare, aproximativ 37.000 de metri pătrați, și locativ, și nelocativ. Eu sunt Vladimir Kojuhari, și sunt onorat și am deosebită plăcere să vă explic, dacă vă este interesant, prin ce experiență am trecut eu recent, ultimii 2 ani. Anume pentru acest obiect am fost invitat astăzi. Este oficiul acum recent deschis nou în Republica Moldova, oficiul Crunchyroll, pe strada Bodonie 1, intersecție cu Matievici. Cred că toți cunoașteți, ați trecut în preajmă. Cumva, înainte de invitație, m-au întrebat și mi-au transmis un SMS să vorbesc anume despre provocările, riscurile care au fost aici. Mai mult riscuri, dar și ceva provocări. Cuvântul provocări cumva se asociază din studențime, că nu mă provoca. Aici doar riscuri. Da sau nu? Cumva suntem conștienți de ce facem. Cel mai complicat moment a fost semnarea contractului cu Crunchyroll. Asta a fost în 2020. Pe atunci Crunchyroll aparținea companiei Warner Media. S-a început negocierea cu ei pentru a deschide un oficiu în Chișinău. S-a ajuns la ceva numitor comun. Între timp, ei s-au vândut. Stăpânii Crunchyroll acum sunt Sony Pictures Entertainment. Tot în 2020 a fost făcută fuzionarea. Și vreau să vă spun că e foarte complicat să negociezi un contract cu cineva care are cifra de afaceri 84 de miliarde în 2022, din care 10 miliarde în ramura media. E complicat când suntem la egal, dar când așa... Bine, asta eu din Google m-am uitat. Prima la ce m-am gândit, asta e că poate au ceva cunoștință în Google și au pus plus 3-0, dar nu. Mi-au confirmat că e chiar cifra asta. Și tot au fost fel de riscuri, pentru că s-a negociat în careva condiții, eram în plină pandemie, după asta a început conflictul între Rusia și Ucraina, iarăși ceva condiții, s-a muncit în bază la o scrisoare de intenție, un reprezentant Crunchyroll este în sală, el este, poate să dovedească, s-a muncit 6 luni în plină forță, pentru că colegii de dreaslă o să mă înțeleagă, echipele noastre nu vin la noi și ne întreabă, dar s-a semnat contractul, avem vreun grafic. Ei vin și vor volume și nu pot să pun unul care face cofrajul să facă zidăria, cel care face zidăria să instaleze ferestrele. Tot merge, e un ciclu care nu-l poți opri. Dacă îl oprești, dacă nu, nu. Și noi am continuat pe riscul nostru să dezvoltăm mai departe. Până la urmă, a ieșit ce a ieșit. Eu am un birou de peste 4.000 de metri pătrați. Peste 40 de săli de conferință, la fiecare etaj 5, 7, 8 în dependență. Sălile de conferință sunt de la o persoană până la 200 plus persoane. Fiecare angajat, chiar dacă este un moment, când îl sună în telefon, ar putea să ducă într-o sală de ședință, să vorbească în liniște la telefon, fără ca să deranjeze colegii de alături. Toate sălile de conferință, bine, vreau să fac o remarcă. Tot ce vă zic eu acum, nu-i doar meritul meu. E meritul companiei și multă susținere am avut de la Sony. Multă susținere. Tot echipamentul care a fost adus, toate programele, softurile, tot a fost livrat de ei, nici nu știu companiile, că este confidențial. Contractul a fost confidențial, n-am putut explica nimic. Vin acasă, soția mă întreabă, de ce taci, de ce ești trist? Hai zi ceva. Nu pot. Sorry, nu pot. Despre săli de conferință. Sălile de conferință toate sunt dotate cu echipament Logitech. indiferent de câte persoane n-ar fi în sală de conferință, camera de jos, dacă observați sub televizor, se focusează doar pe persoana care vorbește în timp real, indiferent de câte persoane ar fi acolo. La intrare în fiecare sală de conferință avem o tabletă la care putem face o rezervare, să vedem agenda pe toată ziua, cine a rezervat, când vrem să facem o rezervare sau ce disponibilitate sunt la alte săli de conferință. La fiecare sală de conferință găsim așa o tabletă. Pentru că sunt 350 de angajați în toată clădirea, s-a mai făcut o performanță. La fiecare etaj avem un televizor instalat, unde fiecare, atât și angajat din interior, cât și un oaspete care vine, ar putea introduce numele și prenumele pe cine îl caută și televizorul îi dă exact informația, locul unde poate fi găsită această persoană. Sau să facă cunoștință cu planimetria oricare etaj, pentru fiecare încăpere izolată, ce destinație are. Designul la toate sălile de conferință s-a hotărât să mergem pe un design așa cumva mai ca acasă, ca la domiciliu, pentru că eram în plină pandemie și mulți au preferat să lucreze de la domiciliu, din cauza multor restricții. Toate picturile care le vedeți, acestea sunt fotografii reale făcute în ziua deschiderii. Toate picturile care le vedeți au fost făcute de artiști naționali și toată iluminarea în clădire este făcută într-un fel încât să fie o vizualizare artistică unde n-ai merge. Încălzirea, climatizarea, condiționarea, umidificarea aerului, recuperarea aerului, toată este asigurată de sistema DAIC în ultima generație. Alimentarea cu energie electrică a clădirii se face din 3 surse, a treia fiind un generator puternic care ar asigura necesitățile minime pentru a asigura continuitatea afacerii. Toate mesele sunt aranjate într-un mod neliniar, mai mult organic, cu spații verzi între fiecare angajat, ca să asigure o comunicare mai ușoară între ei. Sunt și locuri de recreație, dacă cineva preferă să meargă într-o parte să facă o pauză, totodată poate sta acolo. Cum am spus, toate standardele ni le-au inclus în contract compania Sony și aici ei s-au gândit foarte mult la fel de facilități pentru angajații Crunchyroll și în clădire găsim multe ca sală de sport, yoga, pilates, camere de relaxare, 8 bucătării în toată clădirea, dotate cu fel de sucuri, băuturi, snack-uri, echipament de producerea gheții, apă minerală, gazată. Deci se consumă lunar cum s-ar consuma în 5 sate din Republica Moldova. Cifrele sunt la contabilitate. Chiar și avem și o cameră pentru copii, pentru joacă copii de la 0 până la 12 ani. De ce zic de la 0? Pentru că imediat ușa care o vedem din stânga mai este o cameră pentru alăptare. Adică persoanele care vin cu copii mici au timp. Săli de joacă, fotbal, hockey, tenis de masă, tot găsim în această clădire. Da, în ceea ce privește tendințele generale din sectorul imobiliar, asta n-am scris eu, a scris directorul comercial, eu sunt de acord cu tot asta și eu cred că dumneavoastră toți sunteți de acord cu mine. Vreau să punem un filmuleț care a fost, ca să vă explic, ca să vedeți procesul real, cum a fost construit și ca la final vreau să mulțumesc tuturor dezvoltatorilor din Republica Moldova pentru că noi, într-adevăr, putem să facem lucruri bune. Aici s-a lucrat doar cu moldoveni. Am îndeplinit toate standardele pentru că a fost foarte greu. Și dacă să mă întrebi cineva de ce, pentru ce, clar, am avut și noi, ca și companie, am avut și noi ceva de profitat, dar până la urmă s-au creat 350 de locuri de muncă, s-a adus o companie serioasă în Chișinău. Vis-a-vis avem Universitatea de Stat, Facultate de Matematică și Informatică. Studenții pot să privească peste geam și să fie motivați, foarte motivați pe viitor că ar putea lucra aici, într-un loc perfect, unde este de toate. Acotera, doar fără abonament, cu condiția că ești angajat și încă ai și salariu. Adică tot în unul. Eu, de fapt, tot am făcut facultate, prima mea facultate, 98-2002, cibernetică, statistică și previziune economică. ASEM, blocul B. Și tot priveam peste geam și mă gândeam, poate ceva cumva Crunchyroll, dar știți ce vedeam? Vedeam Banca Națională și Inspecția de Stat în Construcție. Și până la urmă, răspunsul e clar. Astercon. Mulțumesc!
Da, lui Victoria. Mulțumim, Vladimir. Două întrebări scurte. Poți estima cât a fost valoarea investiției? Și doi, cam cât la sută din oameni vin la birou acum, în 2023?
Câți oameni vin la birou zi de zi acum în această clădire? La moment sunt peste, să nu greșesc, între 180 și 220, dar biroul a fost conceput cu perspectivă de a mări personalul.
350-400, am înțeles.
Da.
Și valoarea investiției aproximativ?
Valoarea investiției în jur de 12 milioane.
Ok, felicitări. Mi-a plăcut foarte mult partea aia cu creșterea copilului, cu zona de activitate pentru copii, pentru că cred că e una din zonele cele mai rar întâlnite într-o clădire de birouri. În același timp, oamenii așteptându-se însă, mă refer la angajatori, ca angajaților să performeze, dar să nu neapărat să aibă grija familiei. O astfel de facilitate cu siguranță este în top dorințe în zona de birouri. Bun, mulțumim. Continuăm cu TT Tower, da, cu Victoria. Igor, cred că la ora asta putem vorbi în ce limbă vrem noi, nu? Igor, engleză, română, ce vrei să vorbim? Am înțeles. Bun. Câte ceva despre un proiect ambițios, 15.000 de metri pătrați în centru. Ce se întâmplă cu proiectul ăsta? Ce industrii vezi în dezvoltare, Victoria?
Dear participants, good afternoon. Today we will present an exclusive project for the real estate market of the Republic of Moldova. I would need a bit of technical help, please, with my presentation. Okay, great. Perfect. So Urban Construct TT company has more than 20 years of experience on the local market. The main fields of activity being residential, commercial, infrastructure, and office spaces. Today we will present a one-of-a-kind real estate development project called TT Tower. TT Tower is at the current moment, in terms of construction materials, in terms of location, in terms of technologies, in terms of planning and design, there is no similar project in the Republic of Moldova. It's surrounded by buildings of immense architectural value. The project establishes and creates an aesthetic balance between the past and the present taking into consideration the decades of transition. So in terms of location, it's located on the Ștefan cel Mare Boulevard. The uniqueness of this project is that it is next to the Art Museum of Moldova. It is in the same line with the Presidency and Parliament buildings. And also, it is important to mention that it has easy access to public transportation. On this slide, we'll have some images of the functional area. So here is the first floor plan with the office space of 520 square meters and circulation area of 296 square meters. The lobby area and the ground floor plan with the lobby area of 428 square meters, a shopping area, restaurant, and circulation area. Moving forward, we have here some demo pictures of the design of the building. It is important to mention that the whole lighting system is going to be supplied by a local company. Also, the building benefits from the most modern Daikin ventilation system, and the glass facade is Pilkington. I also want to mention that each floor has a green area, which gives fresh air to the building. Next slide is the functional area. So here we see the second floor plan with the offices area of 997 square meters, the conference room, circulation space. We have the fourth floor plan and the ninth floor plan. This is also a demo. And here is the green areas I have mentioned earlier, this picture. Some precise answers to the question, what is TT Tower? So TT Tower is an A+ building, 50,000 square meters of office spaces, 24-hour access and concierge, 2-level of haute cuisine restaurants, a conference room of 250 persons, as well as 2 small conference and B2B rooms, a modern lobby and atrium, luxury shopping area, and the 6th floor parking slot with 250 parking places on Ștefan cel Mare Street. This is really something amazing. The mission of the company is to offer that perfect working environment to all clients that will define their exact wants and needs. In terms of future plans of the company aims to develop sustainable buildings with renewable solutions and to develop more projects in office spaces sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. In terms of tenants or of the industry that will occupy your building, what do you believe?
We believe that the fiscal facilities that have been introduced in such sectors as business services and also ICT will generate even more interest from foreign companies and investors. I wanted to mention that at this moment, data shows that the business services sector comprises 24,000 employees. ICT sector comprises 30,000 employees. It is expected that these numbers will double in the next years. So consequently, we expect increase in the demand. So hopefully, it will be like this.
So until the next edition, the building will be almost full. Yeah, this is your.
That's the plan.
That's the plan. Yeah. Thank you very much, Victoria.
Thank you.
We move forward to our hosts here, Digital Park. Also, Victoria, Noni, please tell us some novelties about the development that will occur here on this site. I think you have some good news about a new building. Yeah, please.
Mulțumesc frumos. Vreau să vă spun bine ați venit la Digital Park. Este o onoare să vorbesc în fața voastră și îmi face plăcere să vă prezint nu doar această clădire, dar o să vă prezint și noul concept pe care nici măcar fondatorul nostru nu l-a văzut și nu știu dacă îmi va permite să-l arăt, dar a fost o decizie de-a mea. Să vă povestesc un pic despre Digital Park și despre viziunea noastră. În primul rând, Digital Park a luat naștere din dorința fondatorului, domnului Alexandru Macedon, de a crea ceva unic în Republica Moldova, și anume de a crea un spațiu în care vor veni companiile internaționale în așa mod încât să ofere moldovenilor locuri de muncă bine plătite și ca aceștia să nu mai plece din țară. Aceasta a fost dorința lui și în exact 5 ani el a realizat-o. Deci avem aici imagini din 2015 unde puteți să vedeți nimic și acest nimic a fost transformat într-un parc extraordinar. Aici peste geam puteți să vedeți un parc cu copaci exotici, un loc unde practic avem evenimente în fiecare weekend și de care noi ne mândrim. Iar clădirea este într-adevăr un spațiu unic, un spațiu unde au casa 4 companii locale și internaționale din domeniul IT și a industriei creative și o să vă povestesc un pic despre clădire. Avem aici 7 etaje care cuprind 7000 de metri pătrați, unde își au casa, cum am spus, companii internaționale și locale. Pe lângă aceasta avem 4 săli de evenimente care sunt full booked până la sfârșit de an cel puțin, iar parcul verde este cireașa de pe tort. Ce vreau să vă prezint mai mult este faza 2. Dacă vorbim de faza 1, costul construcției a fost de 10 milioane de euro, iar proiectul este divizat în câteva faze. Iar în total noi planificăm să fie aici încă 3 clădiri, nu doar oficii, nu doar săli de conferință, dar și servicii adiționale care vor permite să transforme acest spațiu într-unul multifuncțional, deci să vii la birou, dar să ai toate funcționalitățile posibile, și școală, și grădiniță, și o curățătorie, un magazin, o farmacie, deci toate serviciile să fie localizate într-un singur loc. Și acum, clădirea nouă. Clădirea nouă va cuprinde 11.000 de metri pătrați. Ea va conține 7-8 etaje de birouri, un etaj de restaurant, cafenea și un etaj foarte mare cu săli de conferințe. Având deja experiența actuală Digital Park, am văzut necesitățile reale ale clienților și de aici ne-am pornit să proiectăm. Vom avea o minunăție de clădire pe care abia așteptăm să începem construcția. Aceasta va demara la sfârșitul acestui sezon. Respectiv, noi suntem în căutare de companii internaționale mari pe care să le aducem aici, pentru că asta și este viziunea noastră, să aducem companii frumoase, mari aici în Republica Moldova și să-i facem pe oamenii noștri să aibă acele salarii, acele condiții de muncă la care visează, dar să nu mai trebuiască să plece peste hotare. Cam așa noi planificăm să arate și hala industrială care este în spatele vostru. Hala industrială are o istorie bogată. Cândva aici a fost o fabrică de tractoare. Noi o iubim pentru autenticitatea ei și nu dorim să o demolăm, ci să-i valorificăm potențialul și să arătăm urmașilor noștri că există așa fil în istoria Moldovei și nu ar trebui să fugim de ea. Așa cum ziceam, Digital Park este un spațiu unic și nouă ne place să transmitem ideea de protejarea naturii. De aceea am creat acest parc. De aceea avem terase verzi pe acoperiș și asta vom face în continuare. Ne dorim să facem o zonă verde interioară unică, așa cum este tot spațiul nostru. Ne dorim să facem food court, săli de odihnă, de relaxare, de sport, bibliotecă publică, spațiu educațional, zonă pentru copii, zonă educațională. În așa mod arată spațiile pe care ne planificăm să le construim, iar pentru a avea ce transmite urmașilor, trebuie să investim în asta. Noi suntem deschiși pentru colaborări, noi suntem deschiși pentru noi oportunități. După câte știți, sau poate nu, această clădire a fost construită exclusiv din banii Starnet, pentru că Starnetul a venit cu inițiativa de a construi acest frumos ecosistem, respectiv noi avem capacitatea de a construi și următoarele clădiri, dar în cazul în care sunt cei care și-ar dori să se alăture nouă, să investească într-o viziune, într-o misiune, într-o posibilă creștere economică în Republica Moldova, noi suntem deschiși. Mersi frumos!
Mulțumim, Victoria! Acum să vedem și agențiile imobiliare cum văd ei piața. Ștefan Kosovan de la Realist Estate Agency.
Bună ziua! Sunt Ștefan Kosovan, reprezint holdingul Realist. O să vreau pe scurt să fac o prezentare a companiei pe care o reprezint, după care să discutăm despre spațiile de oficii. Reprezint compania Realist Holding. Este o companie multilateral dezvoltată cu un spectru de servicii foarte larg, începând de la serviciile financiare. Venim cu soluții de consultanță. De asemenea, nu doar consultanța, dar și evaluare. Practic, avem conceptul de one-stop shop. Clientul de servit de noi nu are necesitate de implicarea altor companii. Noi îl deservim de la A la Z și facem o finalitate și un produs frumos în final. Dacă să facem o analiză a pieței oficiilor în Republica Moldova, este un sector destul de interesant. După cum s-a spus anterior, undeva în jur de 75% constituie suprafețele locative din municipiul Chișinău și 25% constituie suprafețele de oficii. Avem o gamă largă de oficii de clasa A, mai puțin B. Undeva rata de ocupare este în jur de 80%. Avem o cerere foarte mare de necesitatea oficiilor, dar ultimii ani ne fac niște reguli de joc mai interesante, care se schimbă pe parcurs. Cumva, COVID-19 ne-a impus reguli de joc unde ne-a schimbat până acum viziunea clasică de oficii și au apărut oficii de gen coworking, au apărut oficii cu suprafețe mari, open spaces, unde se colaborează și echipele între ele, companiile între ele, dar aceste clădiri sunt în mare căutare la moment, ceea ce este îmbucurător faptul. În general, piața oficiilor a trecut, și piața imobiliară a trecut prin niște fluctuații, începând cu anii 90, unde ne-am trezit ca stat independent, unde trebuia să facă o regulă în spațiile existente, după care au urmat câteva crize care au dictat prețurile pe piață, după care au urmat o cerere îndelungată, evenimentele care le avem și deja piața care recurge, care este destul de interesantă. Dar avem o cerere în continuă creștere și o piață destul de structurată, cu clienți destul de deciși și cu cerințe destul de înalte. La moment se vede o tendință foarte mare asupra oficiilor smart, așa? Deci foarte tare mă bucur faptul că astăzi am văzut niște spații foarte inteligente, foarte bine adaptate, cu o viziune clară de viitor. Deci se cere cumva oficii care cu eficiență energetică, deci cu energie regenerabilă, energie verde, cu facilități clar bine definite, anume căile de acces, locația, parcarea cu acces pentru persoane cu dizabilități. Deci acestea sunt cerințele la zi care le dictează piața. Iar piața ne dă cel mai bine și prețul și tendințele. Este o dezvoltare continuă, deci nu numai pieței sub formă de construcții. Este îmbucurător faptul că în ultima perioadă se vinde piața imobiliară sub un alt tip de concept. Deci piața imobiliară ca produs, piața imobiliară ca beneficii, piața imobiliară ca investiții. Se ruinează varianta clasică de imobil. Dă dovadă de o inteligență a pieței foarte clar se evidențiază tendințele și cam asta sunt realitățile zilei la ziua de azi. Deci, constructorii, percepând realitatea la ziua de azi, au garanția succesului pe câțiva ani înainte. Este o investiție termen lung. Foarte important de menționat faptul că investițiile în Republica Moldova sunt foarte interesante sub formă de răscumpărare a investițiilor, așa cum în mediu asta este o răscumpărare pe an de la 7 la 12%, ceea ce permite o răscumpărare în 7-12 ani, în dependență de tipul construcției. Și suntem gata cu companii să prestăm absolut tot serviciul necesar pentru că să facem intrarea în piața investorilor străini cât mai ușoară și de lungă durată. Mersi mult!
Mulțumim, Ștefan! Trecem tot la Ștefan. Repesciuc, in town.
Good evening to everyone, and I will start with I have two good news for you. First of all, I do not have anything to sell you now, and secondly, after my presentation, that's all. We will go to drink wine and networking. So let's start and be short. Can I get the sticker? So, my name is Stefan Repesciuc, and I am the owner of InTown as a real estate agency. And we will talk about the legal aspect of a deal when you will start investing in the Republic of Moldova. We will talk about securities, the market, migration, inflation, trends, and the return on investment. So, first rule of investing by Warren Buffett is rule number 1, never lose your money, and rule number 2, never forget rule number 1. So this guides us to securities. So what kind of securities does a foreign investor has when he will invest in our country? So first of all, when you invest in real estate in the Republic of Moldova, you will get you will get the ownership status of a piece of real estate, and the difference between our country and some countries around the world is that This aspect will be registered at a governmental level, at Cadastro, because we know some countries where when a foreign investors will put amount of money in a deal, where will be only an intern contract. And as the first rule, not to lose your money, is really important to know that you will be secured by the government as a foreign investor in our country. Legal aspect and the status. So the deal is not only an internal contract, it will be registered at Cadastro. Additionally, the investor will get a percentage of land and the common spaces, which will lead that the developer will have in mind to change something in the project. It will be necessary to notify and agree with the investor on the new modifications to the project. And your ownership is not possible to be sold to another investor without notifying you. Also, by having this legal aspect, you can sell your piece of real estate at any point in the project. It does not require it to be finished. And also, if project is 80% ready, you can put it under mortgage. So why investors are welcome and well treated in Republic of Moldova? Yes, we have our local investors, but we would not say that we have really, really big investors. If we are talking about 1, 2, 3 million euros. We have our small investor who will buy for a few hundreds euro. But if we are talking about commercial space, then we need more money. So first of all, our developers cannot get credit from banks if the project is not finished. So the developer is in need of an investor when he starts new projects. But one of the good questions would be why they cannot put something which they had from previous projects, which is ready. Because usually the construction cycle is during 3 to 5 years, and it is sold before it is ready. So usually developers do not have anything ready to put under mortgage and to get money from the banks. That's the reason why developers need strong investors. And thirdly, because it is easier to work with a few big investors than to work with a lot of small investors. Time. Most of the projects take from 3 to 5 years to finish it, and the value and the price and the interest for the project usually grows up in line with the construction evolution. So when the property is ready, is finished, investors or buyers can use credit to buy spaces or during the construction cycle, buyers get a payment plan without any interest rate, which makes interesting to buy something when the project is not ready yet. About taxes in our country. So you will get a 6% taxes for the net profit you got from the project as an individual person, and you also get 12% if you invest as a company. So the question would be, are taxes really high in Republic of Moldova? So if we will divide the percent of the taxes during the average time what need a developer to finish a project, that will be around 4 years. So it will be around 1.5% taxes for individual person when they invest in a project, and 3% for a year when they invest as a company. And now let's talk about some market facts. So 90% of the market is concentrated here in Chisinau as the capital. In 2022, we had 3 times deficit of finished projects from previous year. In 2022, the level of finished project has been at the lowest point in the last 20 years. So people can get a loan only when the project is finished. So the deficit of supply is in line with a moratorium which started in 2019, and that means that developers cannot get construction authorization in the past 4 years, and they was forced to start developing in suburbs. So for almost 4 years, we do not have any new projects in the city, and this created the biggest deficit in the last years. And now about migration, economics, and trends. So we have migration internal from villages to capital, and also we had some migration from Ukraine. As the most of European countries, there is a big gap between the capital and the rest of the cities in our country, so most of the people try to move to the capital. So that means that we will have a strong demand in the next years for commercial spaces and also for residential spaces. In 2023, Moldovan population will have a growth of 11.5% in income compared to 2022. And at the moment, inflation rate is around 10%, and it has decreased from 34.6%. So almost 3 times decreased the inflation during last year. And also the mortgage rates. Mortgage rates has decreased from 18 to 9%. So the price, as the general rule of economics, is the equilibrium between supply and demand. And what we have supply, which is we have a strong deficit because of COVID-19, because of the conflict of Ukraine, and because of the moratorium. And on the other side, we have the increase in demand because the interest rates decreased, migration increased, and inflation decreased. So what would be a return on investment? So if you will invest in our country and someone will tell you that the return on investment is under 7%, that means they lie to you or they rob you. Because usually you will get a minimum of 12% as a return on investment in residential spaces and 8+% on non-residential spaces. So you can't make a good deal with a bad person. And that's me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you. And I will invite now Igor to do the conclusion of the day. Thank you.
Maybe a photo for panelists.
I'm not sure if I should continue in English, but okay. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for your presence today, for the trust for our team, our partners, and also our event. That main mission is to connect companies, countries, and to attract investment. And I wish you a pleasant weekend and have a nice evening. Thank you very much.